What's going on, everybody? John here with you. It's June 6, 2026. It's a Saturday night. It'll be time for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals. I'll get set to lead things off. I'm going to join Alec Nava here in a moment. For Brind'Amour's squad, they are 1-1 in this series. They took Game 2 as they had to have it. If you scroll back up into the notes, it's a 4-3 win, a run of third-period goals. Brett Howden had the first two in the first two periods, and then it was all Canes after that. A late goal from Mark Stone, but that was not enough. The Seth Jarvis power play goal as Tomas Hertl got busted for tripping, tied this series up. Sounds like this: Sebastian Aho, Andrei Svechnikov, Seth Jarvis, Jacob Slavin, Jalen Chatfield, Logan Stangeman, Taylor All, Jackson Blake with Keandre Miller and Sean Walker. Jordan Staal, Nick Ehlers, Jordan Marner, Mark Jankowski, Will Carey, Eric Robinson, Shane Gostisbehere, and Alex Nava. Freddie Andersen going to get the start. Vegas's lineup sounds mostly the same, but with the exception of one defenseman that's notable that's out. No Brayden McNabb, who took that puck to the face. So Jack Eichel, Ivan Barbashev, and Theodore will start it for John Tortorella's squad. Looks like Jeremy Lauzon might go to the first line. Don't know how many minutes he'll get. Theodore will be the extra defenseman per usual on that line. Will Karlsson, Brett Howden, Mitch Marner, with Noah Hannafin, Rasmus Andersen, Colton Sissons, Tomas Hertl, Mark Stone, Nick Dowd, Cole Smith, Keegan Kolesar, and then Dylan Coghlan and Caden Korchak on the bottom pairing with Carter Hart in net. Now, in this series so far, goaltending has been an afterthought. 16 goals in 2 games. I think at home, Carter Hart's going to play better. I'm going to take Vegas to win today, but we will jump in with Alec Nava, and then I will get you started for first.
Chicago, they're coming off a 7-3 victory in Game 5. Toronto just won 5-1 over Gostisbehere in Game 5. So there's your update, Ian. 1% in the top 6 had a shot share over 60%, but nothing to show for it. But the last 14 minutes, it was a complete Uno reverse card. John, how are you doing here tonight?
I'm doing pretty well, Alec. I imagine that you're doing well.
You there, John?
Yeah, we are. Sorry about that. I accidentally muted myself. I'm doing well. I think that you're probably doing well as well because you have the rebound from Game 2. We've had 16 total goals scored in the first 2 games. I don't know how much that's going to continue. I know we said that from Game 2, but I'll be on record. I had just a couple-minute pregame before I jumped in here with you. I do think Vegas is going to find a way to get this victory today because I have to imagine Carter Hart will have a big game. He's back in front of the home fans. They need it. But as you probably already noted, still without Brayden McNabb, his status, according to NHL, is unknown. So we'll see if that extends into Tuesday, which would be the site for Game 4 for the off day. But there's a lot to think about.
I told Ian this before you joined on here. There was an official report after warm-ups were taken, and Brayden McNabb tested himself out to see how he goes. The status was up in the air up until after warm-ups. We just got confirmation, John. McNabb is officially in the lineup.
Oh, he's going to play? All right, so that's big because, again, you and I thought possibly from initially it would be Tuesday. But you know what? We could say this honestly, that Logan Stankoven spark from Game 2 got things going for Carolina, and that is absolutely correct. And I know they survived the second period without McNabb, but really they missed his presence because that Rasmus Andersen line that started +2, it got pickpocketed. And then, as you talked about, that Jeremy Lauzon hit that kind of created that play for Mark Jankowski to score. And Vegas looked out of sorts without Brayden.
Yeah, they did. Lauzon was playing heavier than normal minutes for a third-pairing D-man. And top-pairing minutes, that's not much of his role. He's more of a third-pairing D-man, and you're expecting him to fill in the top-pairing minutes, which really doesn't bode well for a guy like Lauzon. That's not shading him. But if you're expecting a lot out of him, it's going to spell trouble. Is it really a surprise that he did? Well, I should rephrase this, but he was on the ice for all 4 goals against for Vegas.
Yeah, it says a lot because you say from game one, when you have McNabb and Theodore, they combined for 6 points and able to be the stalwarts. So I agree with you. That's what you expect. And for Lozon, you put him back on the bottom portion of the pairing, and he doesn't get hit up as much, I would imagine. Now, again, initially, as I said prior to COVID, when I saw the Red Wings play the Golden Knights, they had a ceremony like this, as you always kind of get, although it changes a little bit from time to time. But you can never get away from the theatrics when you're the Vegas Golden Knights. I mean, look what we're seeing on our screen.
They always put on the best pregame shows in the league. And they're such a young franchise, yet the bar they're setting here for pregame shows, it sets a standard.
Yeah, it does. It's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening today. So, Alec, I gave my prediction as far as what I think is going to happen. I didn't give a score, but I do think Vegas does bounce back. Do you think Carolina comes in, jumps in this game 3 and continues from game 2, or what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that Carolina carries over this momentum and finds a way, even with McNabb staying in the lineup for the Golden Knights. I think it's going to be a tight game, yet it's going to be yet another tight game. I mean, this series has been so tight, and it's full of goalie is safe matches. If it's another tight game, it wouldn't be a surprise. How about this time we're going to stay away from the 1-score game this time. How about a 2-score game, 4-2?
I like that. I think that's probably makes a lot of sense. You and I will take the reverse as far as the teams. Again, I'm still rooting for Carolina as far as trying to get this done. I just want to have a good series, and it looks like we've had that on our hands. So if you don't mind, Alex, since we're in Vegas, I'm going to take the reverse order this time. I'll lead things off and get set to close. Are you good with that?
Yes, matter. Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay, so as they customarily say, we're going to get into the anthems here momentarily, but it is nighttime here in Vegas. And again, as Alec mentioned, in between Braden McNabb, you're getting some of those camera shots out there now. That is huge. He's got that college mask rocking right now to get any sort of protection there. But that did not look good initially when we saw it. He had about 5:36 of ice time. You take that puck to the face, it goes between the nose and the bridge of the visor, and he was out pretty quickly.
Here by Owen Market. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. Just relaxing. Not much going on tonight, so I figured I'd come check in for game 3. The first 2 have been wild in this one.
Yeah. You know, I will say, ever since the Golden Knights have come in, they have always, for their entrance music, they've always used the dubstep song from John Wick 2. Which, in my opinion, is the best song used in any of those sequences. So I appreciate they kept tradition.
I am just ready for Vegas to be, for Gary Bettman's baby team to be dispatched as quickly as possible. So I think you know who I'm cheering for tonight.
Yeah, I think everybody outside the state of Las Vegas, Nevada, in the mix of it are not rooting for the Golden Knights. But again, as I've said alongside Alec, my hate, I think, has gone to lessen over the years because of the way that they've kept things up. I know it's been ruthless and it's win at all costs. But when I look at some of the situations like the Red Wings and things like that on my own side, I kind of wish my organization would be run like that. So I can't hate too much.
You know what, though? I would say even, I mean, as a Canadian, obviously, you know, I gotta at least act like I was cheering for the Canadians. I thought as soon as the first round was out, as soon as Carolina was starting to go on that run in the second round, this is the team. And everyone was like, oh, Colorado's going to be into the final. I'm like, yeah, I could see that. Well, Colorado had a little bit of trouble getting here, and now I think we're in a pretty good place for Carolina to step up and take things over. It's been long overdue. That game was a real close one on Thursday night, and it finally went the right way. I think they get, I'm going to say, they get a higher scoring. I'm going to say 5-4. We probably go to another overtime.
What?
If we get another one of those, Alec and Ian, I think I'm going to lose my mind because You got to get goaltending at some point. We just haven't had that in this series. Again, you had a great save from Freddie Andersen as he slid across on the right post and held it out.
When Carter Hart says no, I'm not going to save a shot, he means no.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. That's a can of worms.
Yeah, I'm not going there. I'm just going to go ahead and leave this the way that it is. Go ahead.
Here's my argument. I understand people, I don't like Vegas. They have loose morals. They're ruthless with their players. Let me ask you guys something. Would you rather have an organization that throws loyalty and morals to the wayside in pursuit of championships, or would you rather have, or would you rather have the opposite extreme of a cheapskate owner who does the bare minimum every year, a la the late Eugene Melnick? Which would you rather have?
Well, I'll say this for me and then jump in. Patrick's already in here as well. We know what that means. Give me the ruthless. I want to win.
Yep. Well, there you have it. Well, look, in the loudest cheers for any Hurricane, no surprise, William Carey, he's part of the starting lineup for the Hurricanes, part of the sport flag, Mark Jankowski and Eric Robinson. Let's give you the rest of the line. It's Andrei Svechnikov, Sebastian Aho, and we got a lineup change. Jordan Marner and Seth Jarvis has swapped places from first line to third line, so Jarvis is on the third line with Nikolai Ehlers and Jordan Staal. Second line remains unchanged as before. Taylor Hall, Logan Stanko, and Jackson Blake. Defense pairs are also unchanged. Jacob Slavin, Jalen Chatfield, Keandre Miller, Sean Walker, Shane Gostisbehere, and Alexander Cation. Freddie Andersen still in net. Brandon Bussey to backup. Vegas' lineups unchanged as well. Ivan Barbashev, Jack Eichel, Pavel Gorfian, Brett Howden, William Karlsson, Mitch Marner, Tomas Hertl, Colton Sissons, Mark Stone, Cole Smith, Nick Dowd, Keegan Colasar. Defense pairs are also unchanged. Brayden McNabb, Shea Theodore, Noah Hannafin, Rasmus Andersen, and Jeremy Lozon, Dylan Conlon. Carter Hart is once again the starter. Aiden Hill is the backup. So it's nice to see that McNabb is toughing this out. So this puts Conlon, who was originally scheduled to be on the top pair next to Theodore, back on his usual role at the third pair.
As we're going through the anthems here, Alec, very quickly, what do you think about the Jarvis move?
Well, Brind'Amour wants to create some energy out of the final 10 minutes of regulation, and you can extend to final 14 minutes of the game. The energy that was seen from the first line and the third line was noticeable with the change. The question is if it can be sustained, but I've seen a lot of it from Brind'Amour. He's trying to get a spark from both the top line and the third line. Both lines look different, even though it didn't result in a 5-on-5 goal for either side. But if anything that can boost the team.
Well, he had a little boost there when Tomas Hertl took a costly penalty in overtime for tripping. Seth Jarvis opened on the opposite wing for a one-timer finish and gave Carolina the victory in Game 2. It's Carnell Johnson for Vegas. He's been doing that since the very beginning, going here through the anthems. He is one of the very best. Again, you have the Carolina Hurricanes in the mix of their road whites. You have the mustard gold for the Vegas Golden Knights at home. We're going to get set to get going here in Sin City in about a couple minutes.
Oh, man. Now that we've changed venues onto the T-Mobile Arena, this is where things get interesting. And now, that was onto the siren cranking. But they do this directly before puck drop. Let's see who it is to crank up the siren. It's Fernando Mendoza, the first overall pick.
That's pretty cool.
Las Vegas Raiders. He's here.
Hey, I love that. Good, and I'm happy for the Hoosiers, man. It's been a long time, Indiana, trying to get that stuff done for football. Haven't been relevant in a long, long time. And then you end up getting there and get the number one pick at the championship. How cool is that?
Of course, he's living the life at the Sin City. And of course, he's trying to set the standard with the Raiders, and I'm wishing Las Vegas well in this upcoming NFL season. It's a very intriguing future with him and Quinn Kubiak.
Listen, the Raiders can be an okay team. They still have to suck worse than Kansas City.
I think everybody inside this space, we need to make a VIP trip to Allegiant to catch a football game because I just want to sit with the cheerleaders. So Nick Dowd and Jankowski will get set to get things going here at T-Mobile Arena. My name's John Out alongside Alec Nava Ian Genge. We're going to be giving you some of the thoughts. We got Owen here as well. Patrick got a fully loaded space here as it's sent in behind the inboards, and we are underway. Picked up now near the right side of the blue line. This will go to Vegas, and they will send it in. Now in toward the left side corner, as it's picked up here around the inboards. It's contested a couple times. And here's a turnaround for Robinson. Oh, bottom line time here to start this game. This Colstar will finish off his hit, and this will go into an open corner. Settle back now for Brayden McNabb. As we said, he took that puck to the face in the prior game. He's rocking the college mask here. Get as much protection as he can and kind of acclimate those lines back to where they were. Vegas really needs that. As it's sent him on the inboards now for Ehlers. He's been hot in the series. Makes his stick get dropped by the end. Ehlers will pick it back up near the right side. He was looking for Chatfield. Intercepted now by Mitchell Marner. Picked up now off the back pass for Wild Bill. Marner will chase this into the corner. 1 minute has expired into game 3. We're still scoreless. No shots just yet. Wild Bill gets tripped, but no call. As it's picked up now by Jarvis. He will loop this down in the corner. And alongside with Jordan Staal, the captaincy for Carolina, throws a heavy hit. And this will be sent back down and iced against VGK.
Immediately, you notice a noticeable change in momentum from the first line with Seth Jarvis joining Nikolai Ehlers and Jordan Staal. More hurry, more rush coming from this third line with Jarvis is joining Staal and Ehlers. And of course, Ehlers knows that he can be the speedster. He knows what he can bring out of him.
And I like what you said there, Alec, in the first couple of games from when he joined in. Lots of shots, lots of speed. He knows his role. One-timer here and off the face-off. This gets blocked. Again, they showed the Brayden McNabb little light there was, but he is playing in this game. This is intercepted now by Carolina. Oh, the circles Carter Hart. And we'll fight that off with Martin up. Chasing in the corner now. This is sent toward Hart. Canceled off the left side of the pad. Carolina's got the first couple of shots to this game, although ESPN doesn't have on the board just yet. We're watching this on ABC. As Barbashev let this one back up across for Sebastian Aho, and he will send it in behind the corner. Picked up now by Colstar for the moment, kept in at the line by Vegas. It's chopped away. A couple stick chops and a hand play will get this across center ice, and then quickly pushed ahead by Gostisbehere. Turnaround and a good defensive effort here for John Tortorella's squad. Lozon try to chase. Throw this in the corner now. Picked up by Taylor Hall for the moment near the right side of red line. Very contested. Sticks and bodies are flying everywhere. And a long outstretched pass will finally go to Rod Brind'Amour's squad. They'll go left to right. They are in the road whites in the mix of the red and white striping on the pant legs. As Logan Stankoven, the former Dallas Star. Touch pass for Taylor Hall near the right side dot. Picked back up behind for Gostisbehere. Long shot wide of Carter Hart's glove. This will take an innocuous bounce off that stick, and Taylor Hall gets wiped out. We'll get back to his feet, but the Golden Knights quickly transition. Here's an opportunity off the back pass. McNabb. Here's a twisting shot, and Freddie Andersen will be forced to hold at 17:04.
A rather slow-moving shot, a very auspicious bounce reaches Freddie. And of course, it was profiled before the game started from Emily Kaplan about John Tortorella turning around the Golden Knights. When he first came in, he saw a team that was lacking confidence, he says. A team that, even though they are built off momentum and the knowledge of hockey, they're just missing the X's and O's of the game. He said that he's not coaching to the players, he's coaching with the players. And coaching to the players, he says, kind of rubs other players the wrong way. So he changed things up, and he decided he's coaching with the players.
I think that's very well said on his part, because you look at it, it's probably apropos. It's a much different situation that you have with the Philadelphia Flyers. You go into tons of talent for Vegas. These guys know what they're doing. They really just needed a mental reset, Alec, and they needed to get healthy.
Yeah, they did. And they did get healthy at the right time.
Eric Robinson now off the long foot, picked up by Lozon. We'll take an outstretched pass across the left side red line. Marner will steal, but he's got to get back on side. Lozon will just acquiesce this into the corner now. Jacob Slavin will take a hit. Played it up the back pass. Jalen Chatfield on his back skate picks it up. Send this one back in across the red, but Carolina didn't gain it. It'll be iced against them at 16:28.
Rasmus Andersen is going to be a free agent in this offseason. He wants to make sure he has the biggest payday as possible, whether he stays with Vegas or if he goes elsewhere. Wherever the destination is anyone's guess.
Yeah, Rasmus Andersen to be one of those guys I think a lot of players are thinking about. We talked about Dylan Larkin a couple days ago. Rasmus Andersen still got enough left in the tank, Alec, that I think a lot of teams will be looking at his services if the number is right. This will be a face-off upcoming offensively for Jack Eichel. They'll win it, sharpen off the backboards, as this will be now toward Eichel. On the back pass, Stone try to find him. Eichel's got to get back now. Carolina will take a long flip, chase this one in the corner. Again, Alec has had the brunt of goal calls so far in this series. But as I get started in the first, I'm expecting a little bit of a defensive intensity as this is wide of Stone. Now to the left side red line. This will go toward the back from Eichel and then flipped wide by Brind'Amour's squat. Settled down by Hannafin. Excellent work there, but a little overskate for Jack Eichel and a stick check possibly as well. As this is up ahead, Jarvis on his backhand gets knocked away from his puck protect, and then he gets partially sandwiched. As it's Barbashev. It's turned over, but it's right into the catching glove of Hart. We'll stop it at 15:38.
We mentioned, John, before the game that Vegas really missed Brayden McNabb's presence. Here he hunts down Seth Jarvis as he drives towards the net. He wants to cut in front, but McNabb was there to wash that away. That's the presence of McNabb that was missing in the final 54 minutes of Game 2.
Absolutely right. Just kind of settling everything down to get those lines, as you mentioned, slotted where they're supposed to be. Logan Stankoven now against Will Karlsson. The face-off is one too hard. This will go back into Carolina's zone. Stopped by the goal stick of Freddie Andersen. Shot board only one apiece, although Carolina probably should have gotten credit for a couple more. Usually they've had a good start from the first as this one goes up into the benches on a play.
And he should have gotten credit for a lot more, though. If we're being honest, Carolina thrives on getting shots towards the net. Vegas and Carolina are two good defensive teams, but as we mentioned about the first period, shooting 50% of the period would mean you'd be good things. But you cannot have 50% of your shots be goals and have just 2 shots in a period.
Yeah, that's what happened for Vegas in Game 2. You had Brett Howden with a couple of those, and Carolina was able to fight that off when Stankoven got things started. We get one more whistle here. But as you said, I know both of these teams have the propensity to shut each other down, but I do think both coaches want to see some more shots and activity on the board.
And it would, because this early on here in Game 3 is a slow cancel each other out, wash each other out early stages of Game 3.
Yes, it is. You got Nick Dowd and Cole Smith from the center and left side, respectively. Fourth line going to try to get a key face-off here for John Tortorella's squad. They'll do so. Rasmus Andersen, part of the second line defense, shot toward the backhand line of Freddie Andersen. And this will be just kept in and then knocked out from Cole Smith. Picked up here for Svechnikov, I thought, off the turn. And this is very contested as Carolina will keep this on side. And they got some defensive work to do to see if they can try to force Vegas into a turnover here. Nice play by Aho. Get it back and unload a one-timer. Here's another opportunity. What a block that was. As Carter Hart didn't have to make a save. That was Noah Hannafin near the right dot. As this is looked behind the inboards now. Carolina, this was a little inauspicious to start. They're going to get some activity out of it. It's an extended about 40-second shift, and the shot goes wide. Near the right side of the crease, Jalen Sheffield looking for a redirect. That's closed by the 5-hole of Carter Hart. That was the first good sequence there for Carolina. Clearing attempt, only hit center ice. Jalen Sheffield running around the inboards one more time. Shot board is 4-3. I don't think that's accurate there, but it's in favor of Vegas. As Tomas Hertl will send this one in the left side red line. Safely do so. Try to get sent the other way back now for Carolina. As Lozon got to get turning on the burners here. This is centered out in the middle of the circles here as Carrier, the former Golden Knight, got a shot in on Carter Hart. And Lozon turned back into his own end. We'll take the long flip as this will be a little bit of a cross check across center ice. And this will be on a play. I think this might have hit something anyway. 13:41 on the first.
Hand pass, John.
Hand pass, thank you.
Hand pass at center ice.
We will take the first commercial break. We're still scoreless.
Very soon. After the first 6:19 of the first period, that was the best chances that Carolina has got early in game 3 with Svechnikov line.
I would tend to agree, and sorry, I got disconnected. I'm not really sure what happened, to be honest. But yeah, it was some great defensive hockey. And I think that's what you guys said you were largely expecting to open this one. I just, as an aside, to point out, there's lots of people that we've successfully driven out of Toronto playing in this series. On Vegas, you've got Marner, who we successfully drove out, and I claim a victory for that. And then you got Freddie Andersen over on the other end. We drove him out after he underperformed as our goalie for a couple of years too.
Oh, and let's not forget about one other guy who would have counted, but if you remember when the Toronto Maple Leafs traded away Patrick Marleau to clear out the final year of his contract,
I do
a
remember
first-round pick to get rid of him. The player that was the first-round pick became the overtime hero of Game 2, Seth Jarvis.
I forgot about Patrick Marleau.
So, Owen, I know we're going to be getting into this, but for Mitch Marner, are you rooting for him or not?
No. There's lots of Leafs fans who seem to have this thing out and they're actively cheering against him. I think that's weird. The man's gone. Move on. But I also don't feel any affinity for him. He's not a part of our team anymore. He went to Vegas, which wasn't a team I was a particular fan of even existing in the first place. I think Carolina is the better team on paper anyway. Why?
I am asking because I'm looking at a situation for me probably after the draft where Dylan Larkin's going to be gone. And I understand that's probably a combo meal in terms of Mitch Marner as well. I mean, even from afar, I think I'm rooting for Mitch. And even from afar, once Larkin's gone, I'd root for him too.
You think he'd be coming over?
I don't know, but we'll see what we get. There's a lot of rumors out there. As we'll get settled here one more time. This is Brett Howden. Again, he's getting the nickname, Alec. I don't know if I would steal it from Brett Hall, but they've been calling Brett Howden the Golden Brett because he's had so many goals in this series. As this is sent back now for Carolina. Here's a 3-on-3 outstretched. Jarvis, what a play at the net. Better saved by Carter Hart. That was right in the middle of the slot. As this will be cleared back down and not iced. That was awfully close, Mr. Nava.
That was. What a pass from Seth Jarvis to Jordan Staal at the net front.
2 goals this series, 4 in the postseason for Jordan Staal. He's had a propensity to be a big game player. He's been a Stanley Cup champion. As this is recollected now for Andersen. We'll keep his head up. This pass will actually bounce off Jack Eichel, and that's going to end up being a whistle at 12:35.
The former 2009 Stanley Cup champ was setting up at the front, sees the feed from Jarvis, and presents his stick out in front. Hart was a step ahead and closed the 5-hole. One Staal got a stick, or actually kicked out his right pad. I thought it was on 5-hole.
Yeah, I thought so too. Again, that pad save, that was just curling there. Carter Hart had to be as reactionary as possible because you got Jordan Staal right there. Most playoff games played in team history. $105 for both Staal, Aho, 102 for Slavin, 92 for Jordan Martinook. And I imagine the former Carolina Hurricanes play-by-play man, John Forslund, probably still doing some radio calls in the mix of this as well. I wonder what he's thinking about, even though he's working with the Kraken now. Because this is sending him behind the inboards. I think he's one of the best. Picked up now away from Carter Hart. Looped in. And now Carolina will get some puck possession out of this with Jordan Martinook. Here's a lead now for Svechnikov. So again, as Alec talked about, those lines have been juggled. Svech. They will keep this alive. Back to Chatfield, little touch pass. As Carolina try to work this around the horn. It'll be a cross-ice feed that'll be picked off by the former St. Louis Blue and Stanley Cup champion with the Golden Knights as well, and Barbashev. As he'll finish off his hit. Excellent work there as McNabb was on his back step. See if they'll throw it back to the point. He's on the right side. Long shot for Theodore. They canceled off by Freddie Andersen. As Owen mentioned, the former Toronto Maple Leaf. Rister, little hand grenade into the corner now, away from Jacob Slavin. Carolina will emerge with it. We're almost halfway through the regulation here. Picked up now, as this will be sent in amongst the end boards. Dowd will get a stick shot, but this will go up and out at 11:20.
Theodore did the same play twice in a row. A wrister from the point, in which he was hoping for a screen at the front. He did that twice, and he didn't get the result he wanted, but you take your chances when you get them if you're Shea Theodore. The medical staff is looking at Keandre Miller, by the way. He seems to be shaken up by a bit, but he should be good to go.
And to add on to what John was saying earlier about John Forsland, I believe he was also doing some calls for, I could be wrong, but TNT in the conference finals. Or was it the round before that, I believe, before he was doing Sportsnet series?
Before that for TNT.
Yeah, he's always a very busy man. Again, I always give him as many ups as I can, as it's picked up now defensively for the Golden Knights. Here's Dorofiev. Alec mentioned maybe RFA rights for him. He would be a guy that Vegas really wants to get signed, but you know that they're going to be up against the Cavs, someone I'd be targeting for sure, alongside the rest of the NHL. As this is just a scrum near the left side of the boards. Again, if the puck doesn't move, the referee will blow this play dead. We're just sitting here near the left dot right now. You got Carrier, Sissons, Nikishin, Jankowski. Looks like a mosh pit here as the clock continues to dwindle down in the first. Hasn't really moved all that much, but it looks like Vegas might have finally pried it away near the left side dot. Now it gets contested to that same side of the boards. Vegas will keep it in. Is all sitting behind the inboards, and now the feed is just jumping all over the place. I don't know if you guys saw that. I thought we were doing some dubstep. This will go back now for Carolina in their own end. That was very weird, as this is now sending toward the right side red line. I believe that to EBC. Almost taken away from Carter Hart. And off the stick lift, Taylor Hall will get this out of the zone now. Picked up by Carolina as Vegas turns it over. They'll curl it in deep. Rasmus Andersen. This is not out. Shot from the point goes wide to the right post of Carter Hart. Here is a pass that goes off a broken stick that stays in the zone, and no penalty, hand in the air. But this is a dangerous feed in the middle. Brett Howden escapes. He'll work his way across the right wing. There's a sauce for Karlsson, looking for a redirect from Marner, and that one goes wide. It'll bounce off of one of the sticks to the Vegas Golden Knights. A long flip will get in the zone for Taylor Hall. Cross-ice feed that a little too much mustard on it. This will be Barbashev. He'll spin and turn near the left side dot. Try to drop it here for Braden McNabb. That will not get there. Jalen Chatfield gets a pick. 9:15 left to go in the first. John here with you alongside Alec Nava, Ian Genge, and Owen Parkin. Pleased to be joined by all of you here for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals in a 1-1 series tie. We're scoreless in Sin City. Now toward the left side blue line, long shot, fought up by the goal stick of Hart. He falls down, but he'll make the save. He just wants to make sure there's no rebound.
John, Eleni would have been proud of the dubstep remark that you just mentioned. ESPN, ABC beat glitching out. Oh my word! But so far as the defense thriving, and it's been much of the same theme. That's up because for those next 4 minutes right after the first TV timeout, those were the defense can't swing the opposing offense out. The chances have to be earned.
We've seen that a little bit throughout this series, Alec, especially from the start of the first. And I know we still got 9 minutes left to go in this opening frame, but it really does feel like the most complete defensive effort that we've had so far to date.
Yes, we've had. Carolina has to overcome a spectral form of adversity. Danhausen, who has uncursed the Knicks, has cursed the Hurricanes.
Yep. And the Knicks have not lost since April 23rd. Keep that in mind, fellas. Ever since Danhausen uncursed them, they have not lost since April 23rd. The Knicks, I mean.
And now they're playing against the wrong team in the NBA Finals.
No. I wouldn't say the wrong team. Truthfully, I didn't want the Thunder in there. They're Well, you know what? I'll keep that to myself because this is a recorded stream on Alec's thing, and I don't want him to have to edit too much.
SGA needed another shot at Finals MVP.
Maybe. Just maybe.
It was also the only reason I was still watching basketball. It's a very hard sport to watch in 2026. Not at the college level. That's great.
That I will not argue.
Hell, I'm a Thunder fan, and even I don't like what they were doing. Even I didn't like them this year.
Hill?
Yeah, that flopping was not a good look. That was tough defending that one.
I'm glad to be able to get back in time and still listen to you guys as I had to do some summer bug cleanup really quick. I'm glad Lauren didn't walk in here. She would have absolutely screamed and derailed this stream as it's 8:50 left to go in the first. It is 4-2 on the shot board here as Carolina will push this one up the ice. Gets knocked away from Jordan Martinook and sent back around. Now Svechnikov will throw a body. He doesn't normally do a ton of that in the mix alongside with Sebastian Aho, as it's just kept in at the point near the left side red line. Sent back around an attempt for Svechnikov, and Vegas will cancel that off. This has been such a well-played first period defensively. Again, as I mentioned with Alec, this is probably the biggest propensity that we've seen so far in this series. You'd have to imagine there was going to be a settling in point because we had 16 goals scored between the first two games of these two teams that pride themselves on that. That's just too many. Goaltending needs to get a step up as well, but the shots are always at a premium. 7:55 left to go in the first. This is rattled in amongst the inboards. Mustard Gold try to get some possession out of this as he gets knocked away from Nick Ehlers. Chipping off the glass goes back to Dow. Have to funnel it back in now for Freddie Andersen. No problem. Stop it here for Seth Jarvis. He'll take the 1 foot and across the Vegas logo. Brayden McNabb will make an easy pass near the left side red line as he gets knocked away from Keegan Coulsar. Coulsar now on his back pass will flip ice from left to right. And John Tortorella's squad will take a change from their own end. 7:20 left to go in this scoreless first. The shot board officially, according to ABC, is 4-2 Carolina. Picked up now off the backhand as this got knocked away. Sissons try to turn around. We'll leave this one in amongst the inboards now for Pavel Dorofeyev as some of the crowd is standing there to emerge some of those sight lines. A one-on-one. He gets chased the other way. A little wipe out of the hit there off the spin and turn by Dylan Coghlan. Able to get this one up the ice to Jeremy Lozon. But Vegas has iced it against themselves at 6:52.
Mentioned about certain players that have to get going. Pavel Dorofeyev doesn't have a goal in the last 5 games, despite being second on the Golden Knights in goals. And on the other side, we mentioned Andrei Svechnikov. Forget that he doesn't have a goal in the final. Entering Game 3, he has just 1 shot in the first 2 games.
He got an assist on that final goal, Alec, but I'll agree with you on all of those sentiments. You got to see some of the top guys get going. And again, they mentioned it alongside Sean McDonough and Ray Ferraro. Jack Eichel still sitting on 2 goals as a shot from the face-off win. It goes wide. Taylor Hall, spin and turn. He got sticked away at the moment as it's picked up down in the left side red line. A little reverse hit. Dorofeyev will pop back up. Carolina going to get some possession out of this. Alex Nikishin look like he can flip the other side of the ice, and he'll do so here across the inboards. And this pass for Carolina bounced off the stick. Vegas will get it in their own end. And Rasmus Andersen will curdle around the inboards from his former Calgary teammate and Noah Hannafin. Rasmus off the step. If it's a rolling vulcanized rubber, it's free to give because both teams are in the mix of a line change. And this will be sent in to Rod Brind'Amour's defensive end. We're still scoreless here as this is a centering feed for Marner. We'll keep it alive. Turnaround shot quickly. He was going for the bottom right post. Hannafin sends it to the net, but Carolina funnels bodies and blocks the shot. Marner, he will hold the line beautifully here for Karlsson, but his pass wasn't ready for Marner to receive it, and this will go back down the ice. Start again now for Brayden McNabb. He'll flip ends. One for Shea Theodore, top defensive line back out there. Barbashev, what a reverse hit. Get around Jalen Sheffield. 5:30 left to go in the first. Carolina They're going to break out the hybrid ice there. Carter Hart's going to get forced to play, so we're still underneath the action. Brayden McNabb's pass turned over across center ice. This will go right to the right side boards. This was a good hit away from the camera. We barely got a piece of that as we'll get a whistle at 5:14. Don't know if we're going to get a penalty here. We might. I think the doors are opening.
I saw the linesman's arm up. I doubt there's going to be a penalty out of this, but I think it's more likely because of a hand pass.
Thank you. I missed two of those.
5-on-5.
Yeah, I missed 2 hand passes already, so I'll make sure by Tuesday I go back in the rule book. I was going to say this for Tuesday in our next game. I won't make this any sort of spoilers, but I do think in the first, for you gentlemen that are in here, when I do get a chance to watch Obsession with Lauren tomorrow, I'll probably give you like a 2-minute review with no spoilers. I'll give you a thumbs up or thumbs down.
I gotcha. Because I know that there are some movies in which were highly anticipating coming out, such as Kane Parsons' Backrooms film and the final episode of The Amazing Digital Circus. Shout out to all the indie film directors and indie film creators, TV shows that are out there. You are appreciated, you are loved. And shout out to Gooseworks and Ross O'Donovan, the creators of The Amazing Digital Circus and Gameoverse. You are awesome.
I know this is going to sound weird, but I'm 24 and I felt like I was too old for a lot of the backroom stuff. It just made no sense to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm a grumpy old man in a young man's body.
Well, I'm 25, and Kane Parsons said about the possibility of creating a film of Portal, and I'm excited for it.
That would be interesting. I actually just saw The Mandalorian and Grogu today.
Next year it will be 6, 7, the movie. And
Was
the
it?
year after that,
Was it any good?
the movie part 2.
So here's the thing. If John, have you watched The Mandalorian?
I've heard of it. I haven't had a lot of Star Wars lore. I'm just interested in what you thought of it.
So I thought it was good. Oh wait, looks like we're getting back. So I'll save my thoughts for the next commercial.
Yeah, let me know in the first intermission just briefly. I want to get your thoughts because there's a lot of stuff that's been coming out. Even I like that Alec had mentioned alongside Backrooms because that looked pretty interesting as well. If Warren's interested in some of that, I might check some of that out because that way it just gives me an excuse to be able to hold her close in a scary moment.
I will at some point be seeing Scary Movie 6. I have to.
Me too. I think at some point as well. As this will be settled back down now and a face-off lost across the neutral zone. Be glad to be joined by all of you gentlemen here. It's been fun so far. It's been a defensive battle as we sit scoreless with 5 minutes left. There's a centering feed and a chance right at the net got knocked away. It's picked up now and alongside for Tomas Hertl. Well, backhand. Put this one down deep alongside for Nick Dowd. Try to throw it back at the point, but Carolina is there to go ahead and intercept. They just had a pass about 15 seconds ago that got knocked away in the middle of the slot. It's Jacob Slavin. We'll send this back now alongside Sheffield. 5 shots to 2. So Alec mentioned that from the previous game. Vegas had the 1 goal on 2 shots in the first period, courtesy of Brett Howden. And they got the same amount right now. Stankelman open across the right side wing, but the shot goes up and out of play. And somebody might have got bit with the puck.
Those shots for Vegas in the last 11 minutes, and not to mention about somebody getting hit with the puck. We mentioned that Keandre Miller is okay. The same can't be said for Jalen Chatfield. Something is up with him. He's not on the Hurricanes bench.
So have to keep an eye out on that. Again, if you're talking about everything for Brayden McNabb, you can also exemplify everything for Jalen Chatfield, who I thought, Alec, has had a great series so far and a pretty splendid Stanley Cup final so far. This will be a D-zone draw. It'll be Stankoven against Eichel. The former Buffalo Sabres, 2nd overall pick, only to Connor McDavid. He will win it, and a good hit alongside for Nikishin will break the play up. Here's a spin and turn now. Carrier send this one across. It gets fanned on the first time and then outside the zone. 4 minutes left to go in the opening frame. No shots in the last 11 minutes for the Mustard Gold. That's how good Carolina can be. I don't think there's any question The two best teams are in the Stanley Cup Finals right now. Now, sometimes people will say that because that's where you are at this point in the year, but they've shown the propensity to do so. Long pass for McNabb, hits the blade of Eichel, then gets turned over. Play between the legs by Jarvis, and that shot gets fought off by Carter Hart. That was pretty snazzy with the glove hand. There's some excellent work there for Jarvis. Maybe adjusting those lines got him open there. Barbashev. He gets hit by 3 different Carolina Hurricanes as Will Karlsson tries to join in, I'm afraid. Again, he's really kind of working his way back, maybe 6 or 7 games since coming from the injury. It feels like he hasn't missed a beat. Marner steals, throws it to Karlsson in front of the net. Not one sticked away by the Carolina defense. Ehlers, he gets shoved back down. Opportunity now off the spin and turn for Carolina. This is Gostisbehere at the point. He'll have to play a backhand. It's picked off by Wild Bill. Mitch Marner will loft it in the corner. 2:50 left to go in the first. Vegas finishes their hit. Marner steals. His pass, dangerous. Picked up in the high slot, and another shot gets blocked. I don't see a hand in the air. I thought they could have got a knee. Brett Howden still works with it here as we still stay 5-on-5. Vegas trying to get busy. Again, they haven't had a shot in about 13 minutes. Sebastian Aho will lurk as Gostisbehere will hand grenade this outside the zone. The long flip will work out. And Vegas, here with McNabb, will get a hold against the right side red line. Picked up now by Theodore. And Vegas now will turn it over in their own end. Tomas Hertl open in the middle of the slot if the puck gets there, but the puck goes up and out of play. Now it's been 13 minutes, no shots for Vegas.
And do remember, William Carrier was banged up earlier in the game. He is on the bench, however. We're still going to monitor Chatfield's status. For the moment, Carolina is playing with just one right shot defenseman. That is Sean Walker. But what a feed from Keandre Miller to spring set Jarvis up again. That's the second time Jarvis got loose as he was going one-on-one against, you guessed it, Brayden McNabb. This time Jarvis cuts outside, goes inside out, and aims the top corner. Carter Hart bails out McNabb this time.
It feels like on that deep move, as he toe dragged back from the right to the left skate, he created himself about a foot of space. He got all sorts of space that he needed near the left side dot, but Carter Hart just made a better save. But that was pretty great by Jarvis.
He sure did, showing that he is the first-round pick and the talent to back it up.
Jack Eichel now, offensive zone draw off the tie-up, can't win it. And this will be a pinball pass. Picked up now near the left side red line. Here for Vegas, eludes the stick lift of Barbashev. Sent back in behind the net now. Carter Hart. Long outstretched pass. Will rattle amongst the inboards of the ice. Jalen Chatfield's going to get there first.
But you mentioned Chatfield. He's back on the ice, so we do finally have a status update. We don't know what specifically the injury is, but he was back on the ice in no time.
Keandre Miller looks like he got hit toward the back end of the leg about 6-7 minutes ago. Chatfield probably the same thing. Those pucks will give you some snake bites down toward where you don't have a lot of protections near those legs. 6 shifts, 4:08 of ice time, but as Alec mentioned, will carry a former Golden Knight still not on the bench. Chatfield, stutter step, wrister gets blocked near the right side dot, picked back up by Jack. Barbashev gets this one a little lofted pass here from Stone. And the captaincy, watch this puck go over his head. Carolina, and off the spin and turn. Coughlin got some work to do. Will steal. He threw a pass dangerously in front of his net. You don't really want to do that too many times. Andersen will turn it over near the left side dot. This is still contested, though, in through neutral. Rattling down, not far enough for icing. $1:15 left to go in the first. If you're asking what's been going on in this last set of 20, my answer strictly would be just defense at this point. It's been a chess match as it's recollected now for Dowd. And on his back pass, looking for Cole Smith. 4th line time for John Tortorella's squad as he gets turned over and a stick chop is not held. Here's some time for a rush. And on the backhand, great save, Hart. Cancels it off near the right side post. That was Carolina's best chance. And off an open rush. Trying to get a number on that. That was Keandre Miller looking for his first goal of the postseason. Settle back in now near the right side dot. Vegas. They gets hit down hard near the right side boards in front of a ton of fans. and I don't see a whistle just yet, but Vegas going to have to answer for that as somebody was down. Looks like Nick Dow got hit pretty heavy.
DeAndre Miller, who was looking to break his goalless drought in the postseason, he's been Carolina's best defenseman in this postseason. He got the stretch pass off of the Vegas defenseman to himself. I believe that was Noah Andersen who he chipped it off of. As he curls onto his backhand, Andersen reached out his stick to ensure that Miller doesn't get a better chance than what he already has. The thing here is with Jeremy Lauzon, it was William Carrier who shoved him towards the penalty box source, and Carrier is already feeling discomfort on his elbow. That was why Carrier's not on the bench.
Man, oh man. So again, he's got a little bit of a toward the left elbow. We'll have to monitor that and see if that's working out. I don't think anything is out of place, but he certainly doesn't feel very good from the camera shots that we got. While Bill will take this face-off. 77 hits, bowling ball for Will Carrier, third in this NHL postseason. 20 seconds left to go in the opening frame. We're still scoreless. Carolina leads on the shot board 7-2. Long flip will be waved off for icing. And Vegas have one more rush to get this up the ice. Second line out there, Karlsson from Marner. Karlsson tried to drop it to Mitch, but there was no space. Down to 4. And that is going to end the first period.
The Golden Knights are lucky that this game is tied. The fact that they have a scoreless game in entering the second period, I feel they should be happy with how they've been dominating the second period of the Stanley Cup final. But they don't have any shots in the last 15-13. Carolina's just 2 of them in the last 13-07. It's been more of a defensive chess match between Rod Brind'Amour and John Tortorella. And it's just more check, not checkmate.
Yeah, I agree. Again, we're going to have to see what ends up happening in this second frame. As you talked about, I'm going to go ahead and give you the numbers, and then we can break in because I want to get Ian's thoughts on what he ended up watching. But let me look at this for the team stats. 7-2 on the shot board. Carolina leads that. 16-8 hits for VGK. 9-8 face-offs. No power plays to tell you about. Giveaways are about the same. 6 for Carolina, 5 for Vegas.
All right, so Ian, we were getting back to what we were discussing in the last TV timeout. So let's pick that up where we left off.
So here's the thing. If you go into the movie cold, a lot of things aren't going to make sense.
Okay.
Although, to be fair, going into it cold if you know nothing, but just a basic understanding of the Star Wars universe, it's still an enjoyable movie. It has a decent plot, good climax, nice ending. But for me, who's someone who's consumed almost every piece of Star Wars media, it was really good. And let me give you the concept behind the Mandalorian character, right? So the movies all center around soldiers, obviously Star Wars, but it all centers around military, politics, stuff like that. The Mandalorian series, it centers around a character who's part of not a race, but a tribe. See, the Mandalorians, there is a planet called Mandalore, but to be called a Mandalorian, you have to take a creed, which has mainly one rule, which is you cannot remove your helmet. It's better explained in the show, but these are not soldiers in the traditional sense. They don't belong to a side. They're independent contractors, or if you like, or more accurately, they're mercenaries and bounty hunters.
Like a Boba Fett?
as a blind guy, like there was no dialogue in The Mandalorian, so I had a really hard time getting into it. The described video was describing movement with no dialogue surrounding it.
Yeah, but that's the part about the show. He doesn't talk a lot. He's not very, because
nobody talks a lot. That's a problem.
well, that part I understand that for people who are visually impaired and have difficulty, that it is a hard show to watch. But the concept, but the thing is, that part of it, them not talking plays so well into the character of the Mandalorian itself, because they are a reclusive tribe. Their planet was wiped out during one of the big wars, when the Empire was around. So, and for anyone listening in on any of the streams who have no idea about anything about Star Wars, I'm sorry. I know
Hey, you're probably barking up on my alley on that. I just wanted to double check and see what you thought of it.
Right. Okay, so long story short, it's an enjoyable movie. It's better if you have a basic understanding about Star Wars itself, like watching the movies and such. If you watch the movies and are able to watch the Mandalorian series, it's good.
I might check that out. I appreciate that, Ian. Also, I will give you a boost of good news, whether you want it, just for the lack of futility between us and the Kansas City Royals. You're 26-39. We fall to 26-39. So, can both of us, just one of us, stop winning so we get the top pick, please?
No, come on. We all know that's going to either Colorado or, oh God, who's the other team that's really staying up in the?
I'd rather give it to you.
What?
For the top pick.
The Angels or
No, actually.
Athletics?
No, the Athletics are leading their division, they were. I think the Mariners have started to turn around.
Yeah, right now we got the Angels and we got the Rockies as the worst records in the AL and NL respectively.
Oh, hey John. Before we switch back to hockey, I know you said you have little to no knowledge of Star Wars. If I were to say the character name Boba Fett, does that ring a bell?
That's what I was going to say when you said mercenary. I said Boba Fett.
Yeah, so, alright. So Boba Fett's backstory is a little complicated too. But the Mandalorian show finally gives the character of Boba Fett its due. We finally get to see. He's not a character that just looks cool anymore. You finally get to see why he is the most dangerous bounty hunter, or was the most dangerous bounty hunter in the Star Wars universe for a time.
Let me ask you this, because I'm going to switch topics, not because we can talk about it all day, but you guys are a little bit younger than me, and I know we're all in terms of different backgrounds. I probably got about 13 or 14 years on most of you. But have you ever played NBA Street, or the NBA Street franchise?
Never played it, but considering I went to public school, I heard all about 2K and NBA Street, so there was a lot of talk on the playground about it.
I'm saying that specifically, gentlemen, because there's a pretty interesting thing. The sports genre, like everything that we're watching is fun to cover. We do a good job with all that, and I appreciate working with all of it. But the sports genre for gaming has gotten very, very stale. I think we can all agree with that. However, former executives that used to work at EA Big, like NFL Street, NBA Street, are working on NBA The Run, and it's supposed to actually release next weekend. And I think it's going to also release for a $30 price tag. It did not start as an NBA game, but it's supposed to be revivalist toward Street Volume 2, those guys that worked on it. So you might want to check that out if you want to play some sports games with your friends online.
Someone needs to make an updated and more, and someone needs to make an updated and more colorful and graphic NFL Blitz.
Yes.
If you don't,
How about it?
Someone, please. I don't care if gaming. I don't care that some people get too uptight about a game being too violent, because despite having games like God of War and Gears of War and Resident Evil, people still get mad. I don't care. Make a sports game where make a sports game where we can actually see some blood.
It's been a while since you had NFL Blitz. They had Blitz the League for a while, and that one got a little crazy. If you ever had that one was not banned, but I'm going to keep it clean. But like, you could see some of the injuries and like how they happen, and it kind of looks like Mortal Kombat if you ever played it, which was pretty hilarious. But anytime someone got injured in that game, they would shoot up with steroids. So you might like some of that stuff, Ian. If you ever check the videos, go ahead.
I got an idea. Just to make the MLB owners mad.
Yeah.
Someone should make a throwback baseball game that just centers around the 2000s and the 90s, and have stamina bars that only refill with steroids. Just go ahead and shove it in MLB's face. Like, hey, we know you did this to save your sport.
Yeah.
We know you did this, and we're going to make sure that no one forgets it.
Now, I'm glad that I ended up bringing this up and we had a conversation about it, because I do think, in all honesty, if that NBA The Run, kind of like the Straight from those devs, has a good cycle and does well. There was a game, I think a couple of months ago, called Rematch. It was soccer. It was more of a, it wasn't full for teams, but it was more arcadey, pick up and play. So I'd like to see that avenue extend into hockey, into football, as you said, and some other sports. I think it makes it more accessible for everybody, because at the end of the day, you just want to have fun.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun in sports video games, because we need to have more the fun factor being more often in sports video games.
Yes, I agree. So that's why I wanted to bring that up there. I appreciate that. Again, as I said, for Tuesday, I'll have a little bit of a short review for you, no spoilers, but we can take it wherever you want to go. We got about 6 more minutes, and then Alec will get set for the second period, and we'll top off the third. I'll get set to close. If you get any sort of OT, we'll switch off. Again, it was Owen that mentioned you're probably going to get another 5-4 OT. I think my head would explode, Alec, admittedly, if we got that again. But this was a good defensive opening 20. I am a little bit concerned, again, as I said, in game 2 with the amount of few shots that Vegas still kind of maybe has the game where they want it, as you mentioned in the second, where they start to push. But I do like the defensive intensity that I'm seeing, because we said it in the open from the preview. You asked me, is Vegas going to be able to hold off the Carolina attack and some of the forecheck that they've been doing? And over the last couple of games, from 2 and 3 specifically, I think their forecheck and their style of play has gotten cleaner, and it's gotten better.
It has, and they want to clean up the mistakes that they made in game 2. because Vegas lost the game on self-inflicted errors. Rasmus Andersen on the puck battle. Jeremy Lauzon taking out William Carey. Tomas Hertl on the penalty. And this was to a lesser degree, but John Tortorella's field challenge, which I understand, but the whistle already blew before the puck went in the net. But Vegas is keeping their head clean, and they're not making the same self-inflicted mistakes that they made in Game 2.
Yeah, no, they haven't so far. We'll see if they get continually pressured as this game goes along and moves late. Obviously, we're keeping our eyes on Jalen Chatfield, Keandre Miller, the two defensemen for Carolina. We're still continuing to monitor Braden McNabb coming from that injury from Game 2. And Will Carey, as we mentioned, not back on the bench. I'm going to go ahead and just give you those numbers for TOI right now, just to see what we can find. But for Carrier, he's got 6 shifts of 408. So he's about in line with everybody else. He only just recently went to the bench and did not return.
Hey, John, I just thought of something. Okay, fellas, tell me if you're with me on this. Someone makes a hockey game, but they install the ragdoll physics from GTA 4.
Oh my! that would be. Oh my goodness! What am I?
Yeah, sure. And then you know what? To just make it even more ridiculous, during the fights, there are health bars, not stamina bars, but health bars, and once that runs out, you're getting the option of doing an uppercut and sending the player out of the stadium.
Ian, very quickly before we get into the second, I got a couple homework assignments for you. All you gotta do is look this stuff up before you go to sleep. So as I mentioned for Blitz the League, that was also made by Midway, and NHL Hits, that was also made by Midway. That had an Mortal Kombat fighting style system inside that game with some of the physics there. I think you will like both of those games. I highly recommend.
Sounds. I don't know if amazing is the right word, but it sounds interesting. That's for sure.
You've got to play them. Yes, they have some of the interesting arcadey sports styles mixed into it, but that was popularized by Street and NFL, NBA, and all that. There was a time when all those games, again, I got a little bit more an overview as far as the teenager side of it, because you guys pretty much missed all of that. But there was a time in around the mid-2000s where all of those games came out alongside the Maddens and the 2Ks, and that was the term that everybody used when they were eating good. You had it across all platforms. Now you pretty much have the Madden monopoly. You have MLB The Show that's gotten stale, NBA 2K that's gotten stale. So my point in all that is you need the variety and bring that back, and I think everybody will be able to be happy.
Yeah, I'll be going with that.
So that's what I'm going to leave for you, Ian, as far as that. Blitz the League and NHL Hits. Check that out and report back to me on Tuesday.
Blitz the League. That was the crazy one.
All right, Alec, what do you think we're going to see here in this second? You're going to get set to take it away.
So what we can see here, if trends continue, Vegas is going to turn up their pressure in the second period. Carolina has not had an answer for either of their 2 second periods. But so I would want to see Rob Brind'Amour make some necessary adjustments to prepare for Vegas' counterattack when the second begins. And it has to start right at the opening puck drop. You cannot wait for Vegas to make a move. You have to make the first move.
Yeah, you do, because if you don't end up doing that, you're going to find themselves behind the 8 ball. You get set to take it away. I'm going to join you here in a minute.
The second period is set to come here shortly. We have no score in the first period, as both goaltenders have been perfect. Carolina has 7 shots. Vegas has only 2. Freddie Andersen saved both of those, and the Golden Knights have not had a shot in the last 15 minutes of the first period. For Vegas, their only shots have came from Rasmus Andersen and Brind'Amour. Carolina's shot leader is Sean Walker with 2, and Carter Hart is 7 out of 7 in this first period.
One of the highlights that we're seeing here, Mr. Nava, is just a lot of defensive intensity right across the battle into the neutral zone. Not necessarily a trap, as you said, maybe some of the zone that's covered. For Vegas, it's very well a little man-on-man for Carolina, but there is not a lot of space out there right now.
There's not. And what else is here is that we did not have a single penalty called in the entire first period. Both teams have played an excellently disciplined game in the opening 20 minutes. At center ice, we have the Mark Stone line up against the Sebastian Aho line as referee Wes McCauley is getting set to drop the puck. And the middle frame is underway. Alec Nava Ian Genge will park in here with you. This is the first scoreless period of the series, and the first time that Carolina's been scoreless is this one-timer is fired wide. First time to think the score was in the first period since Game 4 of the Ottawa series. Up the middle, here comes Barbashev. He'll fire this up Andersen for Vegas' first shot on goal since early in the first period, the opening 5 minutes. So 15 minutes between shots on goal for the goal tonight. So have to keep an eye on Mark Staal here as he comes in. He scores! A bounce off the pad, and the captain puts Vegas on the board.
You talked about what you needed to see.
That came out of nowhere.
You talked about exactly what you needed to see, Alec, from the second. I think you nailed it right in the head. Pretty much as Owen mentioned, right really out of nowhere. 1924, Mark Stone ends up getting that goal. In Vegas, second period has been exemplary in this series.
He scored the last one for Vegas, and just like the first goal for Game 2, this is kind of like a deja vu. Bank pass from the blue line that was set up towards the near side. Brett Howden finds an opening with Mark Stone cutting through the middle. And there's your first goal, trickling right through the 5-hole of Freddie Andersen. And he would love to have this back. However, Brind'Amour is challenging this for an offside.
Yeah, that 5-hole, though, we got to look there for Freddie Andersen. That was a Red Sea. It doesn't surprise me. Brett Howden was the one that had the primary on his stick, but everybody now on their iPads looking for offsides. John Tortorella just has a wry smile on his face.
He thinks that there is no offside. We'll have to see if Brett Howden had controlled the puck. Is there a skate in between? That is awfully close. We need to see a super zoom about that. We'll see. Skate is across. He is in the zone. I don't know if he truly gained control here.
I think that might be off. We'll see what we get.
We have an official call from Wes McCauley. No, he's going to go to the Carolina bench and near towards Ray Ferraro. So you have McCauley skating out and waiting along the benches to offer explanations. Chris Rooney with the call. Offside! Wash it out. You have no memory of Mark Stone scoring.
That was maybe a marginal half plate up in the air.
Not a surprise because when you look, you clearly see there's white in between his skate and the blue line, and his stick's not even on the puck.
I agree.
Yep. His stick wasn't on the puck. He was across the zone before touching up. It is the right call, boys.
Get a chance to reset again, and Carolina's going to start with puck possession. Take it away.
2 for 2 on coaches' challenges this postseason is Brind'Amour. He was 3 for 5 in the regular season, but the challenge percentage is at 100 in this postseason. So Jarvis goal is taken away, but not this one as Andersen turns this one aside from Wild Bill. From the near corner, Jacob Slavin had knocked out by Dylan Cogwood. He'll get it back and another chance to clear. This time he's successful. Down at center ice is Seth Jarvis. He'll direct it towards the far side. Hannafin sent this ahead. He'll be gathered by Jalen Chatfield. We'll have to keep an eye on him, Keandre Miller, William Carrier, and Braden McNabb as the game goes along. Remember, McNabb took a puck to the face, blocking his shot. Across the corner, so led in front of Carter Hart. Lucky at his Blake. And he had a good chance. Kept at the blue line. Gostisbehere back for Nikishin as he walks the point. Nikishin dead straight away. On the rebound is right behind the net. He'll be gathered up by Blake. Back to the left way is Gostisbehere. Gostisbehere on. Cycled around for Hall. Played on his backhand. Wants to feed it for Stankoven. Instead going back for Gostisbehere. A good block by Sissons. But a failed clear. Here is Blake on the keep. Waiting for teammates. Off for Hall. Wide open. Save Hart. Directed to the far corner by McNabb, but stolen by Stankoven. Hall is tied up. Blake had to fend off McNabb. Hall keeps it down low. Nobody at Gretzky's office. 45 seconds of zone time and counting. For the Hurricanes, the store feed is there. And it's cleared out. Canceled out 101 from Vegas by Carolina. And the Hurricanes will take this back in. This is a tie-up that denies Sebastian Aho entry. And on the backhand, this will be ridden out through center, gloved down by the Golden Knights. Door feed. Set this one well wide. It'll be gathered up by Tomas Hertl. The Ninja Hertl, the former San Jose Shark. Nick down is tied up down low by Nikishin. He escapes Gostisbehere and Nikishin. Back to the left point. Whip around shot is blocked. And this will be played over to the Vegas zone. And the Golden Knights will carry this one up. Carolina is doing a much better job in the second period to begin as this is fired in. Will this be an icing? No, this will not. Kept in by Dowd as it bounces towards the far corner, was picked up by Sean Walker. Bad clear. This will be a foot race where Hart picks it up. The icing is waved off. Holding it the near half boards is Dowd. He'll get this out. This hit the referee and Jordan Staal had this clear blocked by Keegan Colasar. Staal being chased. He'll get for Walker. Walker moves it up through the middle. Ehlers has Jarvis with it. Ehlers cuts around Conlon. Ehlers whips this one around. Jarvis can't keep this in. And it's played out by Vegas. Colasar. You remember the Golden Knights have the last change because they're the whole team as it's sped up through the middle. Jarvis couldn't handle it. Staal could. It's fed over to Ehlers who overskate the puck. And along the penalty box doors is Miller. We'll feed this back. Ivan Barbashev was on the forecheck, and Vegas will restart with possession of this puck. 3:50 gone in this middle frame. Alec Nava Ian Genge, and Oak Park and you in this scoreless game 3. Puck comes out in front. St. Andersen and the rebound's right there. And they score! On the rebound, Jack Eichel catches it.
Jack Eichel, Barbashev right in on the doorstep. It was loose. Freddie Andersen made a couple of saves. Alec could have made the third. It's 1-0 Vegas. This one's going to count.
This one will be, but the officials are going to talk about it where there was goaltender interference.
Oh, boy.
Well, I can't vote. This time it isn't a challenge. I don't know if Barbashev runs into Freddie Andersen.
Well, yeah, Barbashev might have rocked the helmet of Andersen. I could see why this would be called, but honestly, what's he going to do there? The puck bounced off his stick blade.
That puck bounced off his stick blade. The officials are going to talk about it.
There's a joke, fellas. There's a joke to be made about Barbashev running into Andersen. Again, I don't want to make your job too hard, Alec. So I'm gonna refrain.
Oh yeah, Carolina is challenging again. They won their first challenge. Yeah. Barbashev backed himself up onto Andersen's helmet. I think this one's coming back.
I mean,
Come on.
Yeah, I think so. And after we find this decision out, I'm unfortunately going to have to hop off for a little bit. My entrance is not sacred.
And Rod Brind'Amour is 2 for 2.
Wow.
I'm happy for you, Alec, but honestly, that's 2 goals in this series. One to Barbashev off the last game, maybe this one. I thought Eichel did a good job of bouncing that off of Freddie's stick, and I understand Barbashev hitting Andersen in the no call, but I think Vegas has had enough of these challenges.
I swear, boys, John Tortorella is going to erupt at
Yeah.
one point. This will be played out by Freddie onto the near side, and on Coach's challenge, The team that's challenging is 4 for 7 this postseason. Brind'Amour has his one-timers fired wide by Svensson. He's already 2 for 2 on the night. Coach's challenges. He's 3 for 3 in this postseason. Brett Howden picks it up from the Vegas bench, and he'll send this directly onto the far corner. On the far side, this will be Vegas in control. On the steal is Carolina. One-on-one with Theodore, and Theodore gets the better of him. Vegas gets it out all the way at Carolina's end. This is controlled by Gostisbehere. Want to imagine offensive defenseman with a defensive defenseman, and that could be Brind'Amour wanting to change things up. Right back it goes to the Carolina zones as Slavin makes his way to the bench. Nikishin drives it away from the approaching Vegas attacker. Off the far side, this gets by Brind'Amour, collected by Theodore as he banks out the leaderboards. Gostisbehere kept it in. Backhand feed over to Hall from Blake. Hall, shoved by Theodore. McNabb there. Can't get it out. Stankoven kept it in for the right point. Bounced out McNabb. Centering feed over across. And it's fired around the near boards by the Golden Knights. Collected at the far corner by Kolasar, who gets plowed over. All on the scoop. Bank clear. This will be ice because this was from the Carolina zone.
This crowd is very loud right now over the last couple of minutes. They have nothing to cheer about despite scoring 2 goals. Credit Brind'Amour, as you mentioned. He's 2 for 2 on these challenges. I think the one thing we can also say in this series, Alec, and over the last couple, even against Montreal, those beginning of period after the ice scrapage goals are happening a whole heck of a lot, aren't they? They aren't necessarily counting all the time, but teams have been able to jump on the front foot and score quickly.
And Vegas Bunting did so twice, if not for an offside and goaltender interference on Ivan Barbashev. But come on, you can't step across the blue line or make head contact with Freddie Andersen and get away with that. Here is Shane Gostisbehere as he places behind an F4 Nikishin. Flipped up as Codwin kept it in. Centering pass, it couldn't go. Ehlers on the scoop. Ehlers whips this one around, and the Knights will pick this one up at center. Codwin will start up. He is filling the place of Caden Korczak, who last played in Game 4 of the Western Conference Final. Almost was there as if this Andersen loads up. Saved by Freddie Andersen. And Johan hang on this time.
Barbashev getting tied up a little bit with Jordan Staal. I imagine that's going to draw the ire at least for the rest of the second period. I definitely missed a couple of calls today, especially with a couple of hand passes and at least one of those goals. Vegas thought they had at least one, but we're tied at 13:48 of the second. Scoreless. We'll go to break.
And Vegas fans are irate. Go ahead, Ian.
I mean, if anything, they should be irate at their own players because 2 goals have been taken off the board due to lack of fundamentals.
It's fundamentals that matter. I know it's a different sport, but the Tim Duncan era San Antonio Spurs are the perfect definition of fundamentals.
Yeah, and just knowing in both cases, in both no call calls, it really has been a matter of know where you are on the ice. Brett Howden, he just kept one skate behind the blue line. Illegal. He's onside. Mark Stone scores that goal. Ivan Barbashev, if he realizes that his behind is going to make contact with Freddie Andersen's noggin before the puck is in the net, then yeah, that will count as a goal too, because he will avoid knocking Andersen's noggin.
Yeah, it's really one of those things, and you can talk about it the other way as far as the lack of discipline and then Vegas giving up those 3 goals in the third period. And in this one, you're right. Essentially, you got as close to Freddie Andersen as you could. You could smell what he had for dinner.
Yeah. As I mentioned about the Spurs analogy about fundamentals, we'll be talking more about the NBA Finals in the second division, plus some of the NHL award winners that have just been announced. We already know about Matthew Schaefer unanimously winning the Calder Trophy. We're back here at T-Mobile Arena. Alec Nava Ian Genge as Freddie Andersen turns away Rasmus Andersen again.
Another long shot save off the glove hand. Freddie Andersen, a couple of second chances at life in this game. Most consecutive road wins to start the postseason. About 6, 2026. And honestly, he's on a good list. You got Jonathan Quick there, but he hasn't played a lot of games.
Yeah, I mean, in the 2 consecutive sweeps in the 5-game series victory at getting over Montreal can help Freddie Andersen's case of why he's not up there. You want to get more rest as you can if you're an older goaltender like him, and by extension, Sergei Bobrovsky of the Florida Panthers. Here's Eichel on the far side. Lobs this one up. He intended for this long clear to reach one of his teammates. Instead, it's picked apart by the Canes. 5 shots for the Knights in this second period. Once again, they've been dominating this second period, and it would be up 2-0 had it not been for a lack of understanding of where they are on the ice. Ian put it with Brett Howden and Ivan Barbashev. Hits are 33-16. Vegas. On the race back, it is Sean Walker picking it up. Why delete this for Miller, and does, not before he had to fight off Tomas Hertl. Now it's Miller, pounded down by Hertl. On the key is Vegas. Down low is Sissons. Sissons wants to play ahead and can't. Picked up by Carolina, moved up for center to Blake. Jackson Blake waits, and will send this through towards the corner. All goes away. Blake wants to send this burner back. He is tied up. Hertl on the clear. Walker on the pickup. Here is Dorfiev cutting in front. 2-on-2. 1 shove, 2 shoves by Miller on Dorfiev. Behind in Freddie. This is played by Stanko and Walker towards the far half boards. Blake can't clear. There is a Knight in the way. 2 Knights, 3 Knights in the way as Walker and Stanko went to jump in and help out. Nobody is in the right circle. Now there is. That is Theodore as he sends it to the corner. Miller there. Directed back over to Theodore as he waits. Theodore shot deflected. Not going to reach Freddie. And here is Jackson Blake. That was William Karlsson with a deflection. And assist cleared as Andrei Svechnikov goes 1-on-1 with Shane Theodore. He waits and drops back. Here's Aho. Aho fires. That's off Hart's glove. And he'll hang on to it. And Svechnikov is pushing and shoving behind Hart.
As we said, after a couple of those goals were called back, the intensity is shaped up a little bit between these two. And you started to notice over the last couple, especially in the Aho Svechnikov line, they're starting to get a little ornery themselves, a little pushback against Vegas.
Perhaps putting Marner on the first line, while unconventional, it could give them that spark that they so needed, John.
Just to get a little bit of sandpaper alongside that scoring push that they want to ignite.
That is true. From the near side, Vegas off the face-off when they get this down, icing waved up because of the deflection. Nikishin on the plate is on the near side and will get some help on this clear. They're going to Knights. We'll pick it up from their own far half boards in their zone. Tied up in the neutral zone. Carolina backhands this burner, and this went towards Ray Ferraro's side of the bench.
So I don't want to take foot, insert mouth, because I've done that enough already, but when we're talking about possible score lines of a 4-3 and a 5-4, I don't think we're going to get that today.
Doesn't seem like it, John. Even though Owen and Luca wanted to see this, but this is going to be more like a 3-2, 2-1 type of game.
Did we see maybe a hit that we just got off the replay? Noah Hannafen's going in the tunnel.
Yeah, he is going to the tunnel. He felt some discomfort off the Jordan Martinook hit. So already we've had 4 players go down the tunnel.
This has been a very physical game with a ton of hits right now. Hannafin would be a big loss. They just got McNabb back.
Yeah, he has a college hockey mask. He and Hannafin, Rasmus Andersen's common defensive partner, whether it be here in Vegas or over at Southern Alberta in Calgary. From the near corner is William Carrier, who is back on the ice. Carrier gets spun around once. He wants to get helped out by Jankowski and Robinson. He does so. Bouncing puck. It cannot be touched up by Carolina. They will. And this is his ruled a hand pass. This face-off will come outside the zone. Shots are 9-7 Hurricanes. With 10:54 left in the second period, we're going to monitor Hannafen's status as the game goes around. Once again, losing Hannafen will be a huge loss for the Golden Knights as Jankowski's lays on the bench.
Right now, Alec, we got hits for Vegas and Carolina. Vegas got 33. Carolina got 16, but the latest for them is taking Hannafen to the room. As you said, we'll monitor that.
Did you remember about the instances of which Dylan Chatfield and William Carrier had to exit the ice for injury checks? From the far side, Vegas can't get a good chance off this time. If they get it back, Jack Eichel shot. That was wide. And Staal could have picked this up. It was canceled out. Staal sets things up. Here's Keandre Miller. 2-on-1 of Carolina hurries. The drop pass couldn't work. And this will be Nikolai Ehlers. One sent to the slot. Nobody's there. And Vegas will get it through. Miller wanted to send this in through Staal, but can't. Theodore through the far side. Freddie Andersen places over behind Jack Eichel. He's just hit one of the Hurricanes that forced him off the puck. No shots for the Canes in the last 8 minutes. Keep an eye on that. As this reverse hit denied Vegas of a clean zone entry. Miller leaves behind for Ehlers. Off-season edition of off-season edition. Here's Hart playing this one out away from Marner as he was racing towards the net. Now Vegas on this long stretch pass. Hertl faces up through the middle for Staal and Freddie. Oh, we have something here. Is there a penalty coming up with 9:44?
I think I got one. Are we going to get too many men on the ice or something? I'm still waiting here. That's what it is. Carolina. Svechnikov looks like he's going to serve it.
So we're going to see that, yes, it is too many men on the ice. And with 30 minutes and 16 seconds gone in the game, Svechnikov will serve the 2 minutes.
Well, I'm glad to see it finally got one right here. But again, this goes against Carolina. It's been such a physical game. Again, now we've got a stretch, as you mentioned, about 9 minutes. No shots there for the Canes, but 15 minutes, nothing for the Golden Knights. The defensive block and key. We'll see what opens here on the first power play of the game for the Mustard Gold.
Yep, so in terms of some awards that were won, that included Zach Werenski for the Norris Trophy, beating up Rasmus Dahlin and Cale Makar for the Norris Trophy.
That is very, very cool.
Honestly, it doesn't really surprise me because despite the end of the Blue Jackets season, Werenski was playing out of his mind.
Yeah.
The Columbus Blue Jackets are just one of those teams, man. Look, and I'm not dismissing it, but even before the tragic loss of Johnny Hockey, and may he rest in peace. Even before that, they were a team. They've always been a team where it looks like on paper they are ready to take the next step. No, they're ready to get over that hump and finally just make it to the playoffs or even have a run. And then an unfortunate event completely derails their progress. So
that's just depressing.
Yeah, so I don't know what they have to do. I truly don't know.
And I know Alex is going to get back into this, but the Eastern Conference keeps turning into a gauntlet. It's the first power play of the game. Tomas Hertl taking the draw.
Up against Jordan Staal as Hertl wins a long blast from Marner. That's stopped by Freddie Andersen. Eichel keeps it alive. Do we see a power play goal from Vegas after they gave up 2? And yes, it is a power play goal. Tomas Hertl makes this one count.
Third time's the charm, I guess. You don't get to say that very often, but Tomas Hertl already has a couple of big goals in this series. One helped them win the game. One made them lose the game. And now they have a go-ahead at 9:34 in the second. How about that?
That's huge for Vegas because they saw their first 2 goals get overturned. And this one, Hertl made this one count. And there's no denying this one either. Jack Eichel finds Hertl
Yes.
all alone at hell with Mark Stone as he takes away the vision from Freddie Andersen. He doesn't know where the puck is. And as Hertl, who sees this coming to him, he makes no mistake. Fifth goal in the playoffs, and Vegas is their first power play goal of the series. So now, here is Howden, blocked in front. And, oh no! And old goal from Sean Walker! Oh my goodness!
Go ahead, Ian, because I'll wait. I was going to say it should be 4-0 if not for some of the stuff that Vegas has shot themselves in the foot. Freddie Andersen got a second lease on life, and now they get the 2 back. That is not good at all.
Yeah, I got nothing.
A turnaround backhanded pass goes off the blade from Marner of Walker, and it goes right through the right post and in.
Oh my God, I'm getting flashbacks to 2017 Omar Gonzalez own goal against when it was USA versus Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh my goodness.
I'm getting flashbacks, man.
Well, Mitch Marner has his first goal in the last 7 games, but if this is soccer, there will be a Sean Walker own goal. The goal will be credited to Marner. And Vegas has a sign of life, and Freddie Andersen saves that through a screen in front from the left way spider on the far side. Eric Robinson ties up his men, and once again, it is a 2-0 lead. The question is, will this get erased? I swear we get 3 erased 2-0 leads. What in the world are we seeing? The shots are 9-2 in the second period. Oh my goodness, and an icy against Vegas. What on earth would happen if we have another erased 2-0 deficit?
Alec, I don't even know what voice register you would hit at that point. I'm hoping for you there. Again, we talk about some of the mistakes that Vegas had made that takes away 2 goals, but let's just call it as it is. This is 4 goals against. I know 2 didn't count, but this is complete domination for Vegas in this second period. I know you could leave it to the third and Carolina can answer again, but they got to find some way to control this middle 20.
They have to, and Carolina must score the next goal. Near corner. Back for Walker, looking for some redemption. That's blocked by Mark Stone. What a warrior he is. Walker, waits, fires, rebound. And that's swept away by the Knights. And it's fed up towards the near side. Marner, a goal and assist. At 8:34 of ice time. The 1 goal being an own goal by Sean Walker. From the near side, Jack Eichel posts it up. Keandre Miller forces him off the puck. Wants the center. Couldn't do so as Svechnikov was in the way. Kept in by Mark Stone. His centering pass to Eichel couldn't go through. Right around the boards. Keandre Miller. Barbashev there. From the far side, kept in. And this is several stick lifts. Bluffed down by Pavel Dorofeev. Dorofeev out on the ice. Looking around the far half boards. Around Gostisbehere. Centering pass. Freddie Andersen the save. And he covers up. No rebound. Now the tension is sparked up.
Yes, it has. And you got to talk about, again, where is the answer going to come from? Dorofeev with a long shot. This is kind of the reverse of what we saw from that Stankoven goal in Game 2, getting everything ignited for the Carolina Hurricanes. Now, when they finally see one go through the net, set up from Tomas Hertl and Jack Eichel, now Vegas on the front foot.
They have the control here. The face off to the right of Freddie. And this the second period has been Vegas' bread and butter. We may have heard this several years ago in the 2023 final. Hannafin is still not on the bench, but how Vegas played, they haven't been needing his services just yet. Chatfield is tied up. He'll get a second effort at cleaning this out, and he does. Dylan Coghlan moves it up far side. And this will bounce behind Freddie. He'll be grabbed by Chatfield up for Jacob Slavin. Slavin for the near side up for Nikolai Ehlers as he enters in. Ehlers surveys. Ehlers fires out hard. The rebound is swept away by McNabb on the key. No rebound on the deflection is Slavin. Towards the near side, the pass blocked. And here's Colton Sissons for 3-0. Save Freddie Andersen. along the left side, kept in by the Golden Knights. A wraparound by Lozon was not through, and this is kept in by the Knights for a moment. This will be rolling to the Vegas end, where Theodore whooped this one back. Here's Mitch Marner as he patiently waits. Across is setting up for McNabb. He fakes. Now up front. Nobody is at the swap. As Taylor Hall gets this out. Now this time this will run for an icing.
That was a good play. Taylor Hall stops a goal there with his stick check, gets the puck, because that was a hair's breadth from being 3-0. You can walk in and do whatever the heck you want there. And if not for a blade to knock that away, Vegas could have gotten a 3-0 lead.
That one would have been catastrophic. It had been 3-0. Yet that pass, Brett Howden had a wrong angle on it.
Yeah.
Marner long shot gloved by Freddie. Count bringing up with 6:06, and Marner already wanting to get another goal. He can wrist it from the point.
Right now, Alec, I don't want to speak this into existence, but it certainly looks like Carolina is in danger of conceding another. They've got to be able to hold this at least to 2. And we could say the same thing we've been saying through all the series. If it stays close, it allows the other team that's trailing to come back in behind and do something special. They got to make sure to keep it at 2, if not try to get one.
You have to at this point. You need the next goal. No matter what. It doesn't matter how it's scored. You have to get the next one. Pick up from where you left off in game 2 in the third period. And this is another tie-up. William Carrier was tied up, but it's grabbed by Jacob Slavin. Slavin waits up. Shots are 12-4 Vegas in the second period. Less than 6 minutes left in the second period. So the next whistle, if it's not an icing or a goal, it'll be the ice scrapage. Walker holds to the far half boards. This is played out and a breakaway for 3-0. It's Marner! Set wide! Oh, that was close. And William Carrier can't get this out as it's slowly gets it. Marner again! Yes! 3-0.
This is a avalanche, and it's rolling down the hill right now. Carolina cannot stop it. Marner gets it set the first time. It's kept in the zone and gets it back, and then a backhand tuck past Freddie Andersen. Again, 3 that counts, but 5 against him in this period. And that'll be something we will talk about in the post game. I will leave it until we get that. McNabb is the one that holds the line. Welcome back.
Again, I will say this. In Toronto, Marner was not the problem.
Nope.
Seriously, what? And you know what? And all the shade he threw at the fan base, right now he is validating every word he said so far through his hockey play.
27 points already. He has 2 goals and assists. So he's backing up what he has from the first assist. And if for those wondering if the first goal was a fluke, no, it wasn't. So he validated that with that breakaway goal. And here is Vegas again as Freddie turns that one away. Here in Las Vegas, they don't call it the Sin City for nothing. 4:50 left in the second, and the Golden Knights have all 3 goals of this period. They're just suffocating the Hurricanes here through all 3 second periods. Because Vegas' second period game has been their comfort zone in this final. The late offside against the Kings, but here's a bank pass on the near boards, and it will go out of play with 4:30 left. Good Lord! Vegas has been all over the puck in the middle frame.
That's, you know what, Alec, I mentioned it in the opener that I thought Vegas was going to come out and win this game. I did not expect this type of extent. In the second, he has some missed opportunities from them, and then some chances where the Hurricanes shot themselves in the foot. But there's just too many times, and again, I'm not going to say that Andersen could do anything on the backhand, but there has got to be goalies that make key saves
in this series, and we just haven't seen too many of them.
Now, I do have some post-game thought. I do have some post-series thoughts should Carolina lose the Stanley Cup final, and the speeches will vary different based on the route I want the Hurricanes to take, whether it be winning or with losing.
I hope you get the winning side, Alec. I really, really do. I just got to see something. And you know what? You got another 20 minutes. Carolina could at least get a couple more and make things interesting in the third. But if they don't, you get into another situation where you really got to split on Tuesday, and maybe the extra day off would be a good thing.
Yes. And in such a case in which we lose, I'll start off with an appetizer. We need to, Ian, what do you want for Jordan Binnington?
Ooh.
You know what? Honestly, with how he performed this season, a second and a fifth. Seriously, some will push for a first round pick. He did not play.
You're not going to get that. I agree.
No, he did not. No, he did not play that well. Honestly, a second maybe asking too much, but I can't just say a third. I can't say a third. So it's got to be a second and a fifth.
Retained salary, I would also assume.
If they have any retention slots, I don't know what they do.
Alec, I don't want to jump all over you because I know you're getting into this, but we'll give you John Gibson.
Perhaps, who knows? As this is Seth Jarvis going back, Nikolai Ehlers. Carolina needs a pushback here in Game 3 because it's been all Vegas in every single middle frame, no matter which game it is, in the Stanley Cup final. On the near side, Ehlers gets this deep. Vegas gets this one through. Foot race. It'll be won by Dylan Chatfield by at least 3 feet.
And there are just war of attrition as you get some of these camera shots, Alec. Injuries all over the place. Both of these teams are given as good as they get physically. They're going to need ice packs after this one.
He just mentioned Keandre Miller earlier in the game about watching on him. He bumped into one of his teammates on the Marner second goal. Well, I should say Marner goal because the first one was a Walker own goal. 4-2 left, second period, Vegas leads 3-0. Marner scored twice and has an assist on one of them. And here's Hart with a save right in front as he covers up. Taylor Hall wanted to sneak that through.
That's been one of the first good sequences for Carolina, probably the only one in this period, and it comes from that second line. That's no surprise.
And this second line needs to be hungry, go after the puck. In the case Carolina does get a rare power play, you know the strategy that Ron Brind'Amour likes to do, send Jordan Staal out there because he's the only Hurricane that is over 50% on faceoffs. Here's Vancouver Winston without Blake. Nikishin gets down low. Hart stuffs Hall. He'll be played out towards the far half boards. Not cleared. Vegas does get it back, and they will send this through on a hand grenade clear. Stankoven sends this on his glove down by Hart. McNabb plays it to Theodore. Boy, what a press McNabb has been. Another breakaway for Vegas. Can it be 4-0? A stop. Howden can't get it back. Freddie Andersen says no. Taylor Hall plays it to Stankoven and now Gostisbehere. The Hurricanes desperately trying to stop the bleeding here and get something back. Here is Blake. They can't shit a blast. There was a stick there in Marner on the hat trick lunge. Here he comes. Yes, sir. Here come the hats.
Mitch Marner with a clapper right off the rush for Tomas Hertl. How good does that feel?
Go ahead and give I can't remember all the trophies, but give him the Finals MVP. Is that the Conn Smythe?
Well, different things, but if we do have Finals MVP, the early frontrunner was Brett Howden. Cross his name up now. It's Mitch Marner if we do have a Finals MVP award. is on a world of his own. 3 goals, 1 assist, and showed the world that he was not the problem in Toronto.
Yeah, how about a natural hat trick to silence the haters? My goodness.
And on top of it, against the team that he denied a trade to in last year's deadline, which would have sent Mikko Rantanen to the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, that is all time. And I'm sorry it comes up against your own team because I had my own thoughts when I go up against the Red Wings and I see all of them get bludgeoned by Everton across the board. But for Mitch Marner, there is no hate on my end. Hell, I don't think there's any hate on any of our ends, to be honest. I just want to see good players play and show out in big moments. Man, oh man, that's got to feel good.
I do want to pose this question because while the definition of a natural hat trick is one that is brought that where all 3 goals are 5-on-5, what kind should we perchance give it a slight adjustment given as we are seeing the first where technically the first goal was Bell scored on some rather unusual and unique circumstances.
I'm going to say I get your point again, but I'll say no. You earn it however you can earn it. Now, if you score any goal in the Stanley Cup Finals, you'd feel good, let alone 3.
Oh, no, I'm not arguing that.
Yeah. I get it.
There's I don't know. To be honest, this is the first time I'm seeing an own goal in the capacity of hockey ever. I've never seen an own goal.
Alec, we got to get to that marker. The first 28 points is the most by a player in a first season with a team ever in the playoffs.
History for Mitch Marner. He's now up to 10 goals in the playoffs and 8 in the last 6 postseasons with the Toronto Maple Leafs. He entered tonight at 24 points, which was tied for 4 votes for a player on his first ever postseason appearance from a new team, who he was tied with Matthew Tkachuk. And it's one of the guys that and I know there were several guys in which he was behind, and one guy would have wanted to be inclined at that list among the top players all time of the new team that included Phil Kessel, who had 21 with the Penguins in 2016. And you never underestimate the Golden Knights' ability to sing My Own Worst Enemy. And there's another chance, and that fluttered wide from Dorfian. This has been a clinic by the Golden Knights. In the second period of Game 3. We see the second periods in the first 2 games. You take that, and then a lot more here. Double that here in Game 3 as it goes out.
Agreed. Look, Freddie is not being good this game, but this is the worst performance by the Carolina defense I have seen all playoffs. I mean, look, Freddie can't stop a puck this period, but how many breakaways and giveaways are the Carolina Hurricanes going to give up?
It's 4 breaks already in this period.
Including that last one, in which it was allowed by Alexander Nikishin, who looked lost on that play. He still has the world in front of him, and he's just a rookie, but he has a lot to grow in his game. So, I know rookie mistakes can be made, but you can't give up those rookie mistakes in the Stanley Cup Final. A blast! That's fired wide. And here's something else of note, boys. Carter Hart has 6 shutouts that were lost in a postseason. He does not have a shutout in the entire postseason run. He's the first goalie in playoff history to lose 6 shutouts in the third period in a single run. The 2 others that were before him, Tuukka Rask in 2019 and Matt Murray in 2016. Those were the 2 goalies before him, losing 6 third period shutouts before him. He's hoping that this is not his 7th lost shutout in the third period, as we are a minute 25 away from the end of the second period. So now, he has some stat lookups here in the meantime. And last game was Freddie Andersen's 100th career playoff start. That ended a losing streak of goalies Now, lost their one-off career playoff start. The last goal each of won in their one-off career playoff start was Chris Osgood for the Detroit Red Wings. We are 1 minute left here in the second period, and Hart is maintaining this 12-save shutout, lighter workload, but he'll take it. Stone will play this out on the far side. 50 seconds left as Sleeman backhands it through. Jackson Blake had it picked apart from him. Entry pass, and this is Brett Howden. Cutting towards the front. Howden! Freddie shut the door. Taylor Hall had it knocked away by William Karlsson. Slavin over there along the far side. McNabb on the keep. Down deep as this is knocked away from Howden. Marner. Again, keeping, and Marner tried to baseball bat this further. And here's Marner. Once again on a bank pass. Nobody is home, and Slavin was ahead of Wild Bill by several steps. 20.9 left.
A little bit of a shove there by Svechnikov against Mitch Marner. 4 points in the second period, tied for most in a single period since 1919. Again, I was at that building about a year and a half ago on vacation with Cooper Hopkins with the Seattle Metropolitans.
Now, today's team is the Seattle Kraken, but it'll be neat if the Kraken have a little alternate jersey that gives an ode to the Metropolitans, the old Seattle team. Give a nice homage to the old NHL days back in the early goings with them. From 1919. Not a single seat has a frown on their face among the Golden Knights crowd. After 40 minutes, Vegas is all 4 goals. Mitch Marner has been a factor in every single one of them. He has free himself, assisted on the Tomas Hertl one, while Carter Hart has turned away all 12 Hurricanes shots.
I'm going to say this, and I know it's not, and I'm not going to do anything defamatory because Owen's not in here. He can't defend himself. But for every fan, and I know we talked about this with Alec at the beginning, that had anything to say about Mitch Marner, I don't care. Maybe he's not in your team anymore. Maybe you don't care at all. But this is what you lost, by the way, because you decided to do what you wanted to do and you didn't put enough help around it. This is what I'm going to lose, by the way. I know Dylan Larkin's maybe not Mitch Marner, but I don't think he's that much worse. And when you let good players leave and they go to organizations where they can better themselves, they can do these types of things.
We've seen this with Maple Leafs before Marner. Such was the case with Phil Kessel. He
Yeah.
bettered himself in Pittsburgh. Zach Hyman bettered himself in Edmonton. Nazem Kadri bettered himself in Colorado. Marner is the next one to follow suit, as he felt like he was trapped in Toronto, and it's more the problem of the front office with Brad Treliving and, by extension, Keith Pelly, the CEO. Now, I'm not saying Pelly is Harold Bauer. He's not at that level bad. And keep in mind, Pelly is not the owner of the Maple Leafs. He's an employee of the Leafs, but he doesn't own them.
Yeah, but you know what? Even before Pelly, this is the Toronto Maple Leafs through and through. You mentioned all those names, but John, I'll mention a name that you're very familiar with.
Okay.
Well, hey everybody, we have another player who's underperforming by our standards. The fan base has turned on him, and we truly believe that if he goes anywhere else, he's not going to succeed. Oh, by the way, Detroit, would you like a Larry Murphy?
Yeah, right. It's like, oh, would you want to add him there? Oh, yeah, that's going to change some things. Right.
But, no, it didn't really result in much except back-to-back cup wins.
Right.
Let me think. Oh, well, okay, we're going back to we are going back to the Harold Ballard regime, and it did take a few years, but Lenny McDonald, anybody?
Cooper would be able to tell you all about that. Yes, sir.
Yep. And I forget. Correct me if I'm wrong, fellas, but Did Keon end up winning anything with Dallas? Was that?
I don't think he did, but he was thrown under the bus by Bauer.
Yes, he was. So, you got Larry Murphy, you got Phil Kessel, you got Nazem Kadri, now you got Mitch Marner. Who was the other name we were saying? We said there was
Hyman.
Zach Hyman, yeah.
and Kessel.
Yep. Zach Hyman turned into a what everyone thought was Ken Holland injecting the stupid juice into his bloodstream, turned into a 3-year, 50-goal scorer for the Edmonton Oilers.
Turned into the modern-day Glenn Andersen.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah. Toronto, you really need to just look at what you're doing as a whole, because obviously something is not working. And with that being the case, Maple Leafs fans, understand this. Until something, it's not even managerial, it's not the players, it's not even the coaching. You need to look, the Maple Leafs need to look at their whole philosophy of just what makes them, or what they think makes them a good hockey team, and just scrap it. You know, maybe they do need to be a little more ruthless with their regime, like Vegas. Because if you notice, they've done the keep the gang together and sign everyone to long-term deals. It hasn't worked. Honestly, if you do it the Vegas way, you may win a cup.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Perhaps just go full Les Snead and say, screw them picks.
Or as soon as truth be told, when Marner was still a rather young player and putting up the stats he was using, or if he was maybe trading him back, or I don't know, trading William Nylander or somebody, I don't know.
Who knows? I know there's a lot of banging on Toronto's door and all of this, yes, here and there. I know it's warranted. You just don't know what you're going to get out of them. I've been wanting to bring this up in terms of the NHL awards, because we have several awards that have just been announced, not just the Calder Trophy, the Calder Trophy that's just been announced. The Selke Trophy goes to, no surprise, Nick Suzuki.
That's pretty good already for a very young team like Montreal, looking to continue to prove and take the next step. Good on Suzuki.
I feel he and Alexander Barkov are going to be at a one-on-one battle for who's going to get the most Selkies when it's all said and done at this current rate.
Let me ask you this, because I know I saw this. So what, did Vasilevsky end up getting the Vezina?
Yes, he just beat out Ilya Sorokin for the Vezina Trophy.
Well, the one question I had was, okay, John Cooper ended up getting the Jack Adams, which I'm okay with down the line, but not this year.
I mean, yeah, that is fair. And yes, John Cooper's long overdue for a Jack Adams, because he's one of the best coaches in the league. I know he navigated his team through lots and lots and lots of injuries, including a lengthy absence of Victor Edmond, who, quite frankly, this year looked like a shell of himself, and not to mention about the countless injuries that the team suffered. That I feel any other year, he would have been a deserving winner. Lindy Ruff, however, had a better case, because the Buffalo Sabres, John, they weren't even expected to make the playoffs. And not only did Ruff coach into a playoff spot, they won the Atlantic.
That's exactly my point, Alec. You can't say that any better. That was the only thing I was going to rebuttal to you. No one's going to argue that John Cooper shouldn't already have a Jack Adams. I just don't know how you gave it to Buffalo. Maybe you could say it's about time they shouldn't have got it. I get it, but he should have gotten it this year.
He should have. But the fact that there are many members of the NHL Broadcasters Association not casting in ballots for the Jack Adams Trophy, we need to have a look into that.
Okay. So maybe there's a little bit of controversy that I was not aware of. Thank you for letting me know about that. I know you guys wanted to transition into the NBA Finals. I'm going to let you get to that. The only thing I saw a little bit of that run from Game 2, which the Spurs tried to come back, and then the Wemby shot was a little bit forced at the end. But gentlemen, the Knicks are up 2-0, and they get to go back to MSG. They're in great standing to win this thing when I didn't think that they were going to win a Larry O'Brien this year.
John, the Knicks have this. The Knicks have this series because, and my dad was the one that told me this, the last team to come back from down 2-0 in the finals and win it. Can't remember the year, but I think back to the greatest dynasty during the 90s. That was the last team to do it.
So one of Jordan's
a more recent one, because the last team to come back with 2-0 series deficit and win in the finals was the 2021 Milwaukee Bucks.
Okay.
But if you're looking for a team that's come back from a 2-0 series deficit in the finals when losing the first 2 games at home, you're going to find a 404 not found page, because there's none.
Well, that's some great knowledge drop from you, gentlemen. Honestly, I'd be shocked if the Spurs ended up getting more than 1 game now. I don't think they're going to sweep at MSG. I think there's no chance.
Yeah, no. Not with Dan Howden uncursing the Knicks.
Again, people think it's a, and yes, I was one of them who thought, okay, this is fun. Just, this is fun. A little collaboration between WWE and ESPN, and this is good television. Fellas, I'm genuine. Fellas, it is not. I am not some mark falling for, who believes that wrestling is 100% real. But, and now the man has cursed to the detriment of Hurricanes fans. He has now cursed the Carolina Hurricanes, and this is happening to them in this game. Fellas, it is not just a bit anymore. Danhausen has real curse power.
He cursed the wrong team, Ian. He cursed the wrong hockey team.
Well, but you gotta understand, he doesn't do this. He doesn't do this for free. He even said during an interview he would only continue cursing the Knicks as long as Stephen A. Smith's checks go through.
What was the Hurricanes' criteria for getting cursed?
A Vegas Golden Knights paid him human money.
Oh.
He's a mercenary, Allison. He'll curse people for the right price.
Gentlemen,
He just doesn't like them, but for the right price, he will curse someone for it too.
Gentlemen, I do my best to always give you guys a bunch of shout outs, and I consider you some of my best work friends and coworkers all the way across the board. Please don't ever give them my number, because I will never throw any shade toward you guys. You would never deserve it, but don't pass them along my cell phone number. Danhausen,
That scares me. I hope nobody ever gets a hold of my phone number.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about that. I just see. Well, no, that's the thing. He's not doing it through phone numbers. That people will send him money for cameo or for the cameo side, and that's how he does it.
I got you.
Bribery.
Bribery at its finest. Hey, you got to make the almighty dollar. So again, if people are going to do it, you take it, right?
Although, dang, how much?
I mean, the Knicks will take it.
Yeah, but good Lord, how much of a cut is WWE taking from its merch sales? The guy sells merch like no tomorrow, and he still has to do a side business cursing people.
Oh my goodness. So as to go with NBA Finals action, for those who are wanting early predictions on Finals MVP, Karl-Anthony Towns has been the best player in the Finals, and it was not even particularly close. If you remember, back in 2018, Jimmy Butler called him and Andrew Wiggins soft. But now fast forward to now, he's already the best player on the Knicks in the Finals, and I say Finals only. And Jalen Brunson, no matter how many shots he's missed in a game, the fourth quarter is where he shines the best. And he did it again.
That's what you got to have. And I'll say this for all of us, whether you're fans of Cat or not, he's been through a lot in his whole life, personally, through the family and all that too. And then you get to go up against Victor Wembanyama. Victor's going to have his time, but I think that's pretty big for Cat to be able to go up in that series and alongside and mix and match. I know it's not just him covering him, but for him to play well and be that big piece that they need, that's good on Cat.
Yeah, and this is a sentence that I thought would be impossible to say given his size and stature, but Cat has made Victor Wembanyama generally uncomfortable.
Yeah.
He's forcing him to take jump shots that he would normally not want to take. He's forcing him to the outside, which he's not getting any clean looks. Rarely do you see any of those alien-like dunks, and he's settling for jump shots. That's the impact that Cat, and by extension, Mitchell Robinson, that has a broken pinky finger. That's the impact that they're having here defensively.
Yeah, it says a lot. And again, I think we can all say it. Over the course of the career for Karl-Anthony Towns, we all knew that he was incredibly talented. You just don't have big men that can shoot like that. You can mix a little bit of everything, and that is why the Knicks are able to sought after to try to get that job done. And then when you end up getting Jalen Brunson and you mix in the rest of that team, they're very good.
And you wonder how they were able to keep this core players around without having to go through the second apron. Remember, Brunson took a big pay cut years ago to make sure this core is kept around. Towns, Anunoby, Bridges, and Hart. Those are the four guys around him that Leon Rose built this team to minimize Brunson's weaknesses and maximize his strengths.
Yeah. And that's what you got to be able to do. I mean, if the Knicks ended up lifting the trophy, I mean, that's going to be one of the biggest celebrations you can imagine. I understand you got the Yankees and all the other teams there, but MSG, I always say it's one of my favorite buildings because it's not one of the ones that's sold by a corporate name. It'd be awesome to see them do it.
Oh, I would love to see Zoran Mamdani in the Knicks victory parade in the NBA championship parade.
Yeah, that would be a little bit interesting because he just got there, regardless of political affiliations or not, and how that would work. And I know you mentioned that maybe Trump might be at MSG, so there's going to be a lot going on there, and we'll see how that ends up working out.
We'll see. So we're already 2 games down in the Stanley Cup final, 2 games down in the NBA Finals. Let's see how this switches up in Game 3. In the NBA Finals 2 nights from now, we're in Game 3 in the Stanley Cup final right now. It's 4-0 Vegas. And once again, this is a common theme, John. The Golden Knights continue to own the second period.
Yeah, they do. And I think you also own the amount of the goal calls that you've had throughout this series. You are just racking them up all the way across the board. And I was going to ask you that.
before we started. I think you had to do it at this point. Brandon Busty is going to make his first appearance in the postseason, and it starts right now in the third.
It was time eventually, because Freddie has not played his best hockey in the Stanley Cup final. Rob Brind'Amour had to face a tough decision, and Brandon Busty comes in at this time.
So I'll ask you the question again in review of whether or not that's going to be the long term in the post game, but I'll leave it for that. You got the top half, I'll close.
So here we go. It is the Jankowski line against the Dowd line. Remember, the Golden Knights have the last change because they are the home team here in Game 3. Jump Around by House of Pain is playing along before we have the opening puck drop by Wes McCauley. And here we are. Vegas 4, Carolina no score. Mitch Marner has been a factor in all 4 goals. He scored the last 3, a natural hat trick for him, along with the assist on the Tomas Hertl power play goal. 3 goals in 6-10, the fastest hat trick in Stanley Cup final history. Not Stanley Cup playoff history, Stanley Cup final history. Here is Gostisbehere. He dances around Kozar, sends one towards the net. Hart shut it down. And towards the left point, Gostisbehere with another key. From the far boards, Robinson's there. Andersen cuts him off. Rasmus Andersen gets this out, and Vegas will spring this up ahead. Nikishin intercepts. A pass intended for Cole Smith. Smith pins Nikishin, and it comes out to the near half boards for Aho. Back over goes for Nikishin, and now back for Aho as Gostisbehere's onto the bench. Across the ice, out down by Blake. Blake's shot, pass saved by Hart. Played out towards the left point, where Miller just keeps this in. And now there's a 2-on-1 shoot. Vegas hurry up, all behind, and he doesn't beat the shooting lane for a bullet. And Mitch Marner, who was in search of a 4th goal, is turned away by Busty. Here is Sebastian Aho. Fanned on the clear, is held in by McNabb. McNabb walks. William Karlsson. Brett Howden wants to find Marner. He's close up. Goes back to Theodore, and now McNabb. McNabb waits. His shot is blocked and comes around for Marner. Marner over to the high slot. Gets poked away. 1 minute 40 gone here in the third period. A game that's been dominated by the VGK. Hand grenade pass. We even say this a lot of times. Oh my goodness. There's some of these mannerisms. Jalen Sheffield's pass intercepted. Here's Buckstone. A blast. Save Busty. And to the near side is played over to Marner. This is a rainbow clear over to the other side of the red line is Vegas. So send this back behind Andersen. Jalen Sheffield comes down to play this. It'll come to Jacob Slavin, and after the game, there are some questions in which Rob Brind'Amour has to answer. Well, whether or not line changes are to be made on the near side. I see on my Twitch feed that one of my old friends from back in the days, shout out, Jordan Staal plays behind Noah Hannafin. And it's good to see Hannafin back out there. We were wondering whether he was going to get back onto the ice. But the answer has been resolved. He is back on the ice. So this organization, the Golden Knights, having made it their first Stanley Cup final in 9 years, you're more likely to see them in the Stanley Cup final than you are to see them missing the playoffs. Past the middle was Cole Smith, knocked away by Gostisbehere. It's just like Tom Brady's career, as we have a penalty, just like Tom Brady's career, you're more likely to see Brady make a Super Bowl than you are to see him miss the playoffs.
Had a long outstretch clear. Nick Dowd was able to try to work around to get to it, but Cole Smith going to go to the box. So Carolina going to get there first. It's just the second power play of the game. Both teams got one, and Carolina will get an opportunity to slightly open the door, but they got to try to knock it down first and get a goal quickly.
Yeah, Cole Smith, he knocked down Shane Gostisbehere. I think it was a little hook and tug. In all essence, this power play might not matter because of the sizable lead that Vegas is in, and given the fact that they are the best third period team in hockey this season. But Carolina just needs something to carry over to Game 4, John.
Yeah, you got to have this practice, have your best lines, run your sets, do what you got to do normally. Treat it as such.
I'm not a lip reader, but from the looks of it, Cole Smith said something on the likes of, how was that a penalty? That's what the impression is giving us both, John. Carolina's power plays 2 for their last 2, but those power play goals came without Brady McNabb on the ice. Jeremy Lazon has more ice time onto him, and Banks' penalty kill has allowed just 1 power play goal all playoffs at home. Here they clear it out as Ehlers fell down. Gostisbehere shakes off the stick whip. Entry feed over to Seth Jarvis. He'll wait, he'll hold. Now back for Gostisbehere. And here's a breakaway. Again, it's Mitch Marner racing back in Tahoe. He's tripped. Penalty shot is awarded.
You've got to be kidding me. Mitch Marner on a partial break again, and they had to go ahead and chase him down. It's going to be Marner on the hunt for his 4th goal and his 5th point.
This is an instant classic. We're just 2 years removed from the McDavid instant classic. Now we're seeing the Marner instant classic, John. How about this? The possibility of 4 goals and 5 points. Here it is in the Stanley Cup final. Mitch Marner. Stop by Bussy.
That's a great save for Brandon Bussy. Got to come in cold in this 3rd period. I will say this honestly for Sebastian Aho. He got his money's worth. He slashed the heck out of Marner's left hand. I imagine that's probably why he couldn't get as much of a lift as he wanted. I know it's a guess on my part, but I bet he's feeling it.
But he has to be feeling it even after his penalty shot. He wanted to go one side on Bussy. And here you want to get the crowd on its feet. Want to get their folks out. Blake, Nikishin as the second unit gets set. Nikishin replaces Miller on this second unit. And Biggs got Carolina all discombobulated. And there's another folk. No quick entry for Ehlers as a go back for Nikishin. Ehlers, after many years with Winnipeg, finally getting the ice time he needs, as opposed to how it was in Winnipeg. Here's Jordan Staal to the net that's turned away. Jackson Blake, both set up for Ehlers. With Lazon on his face. Blake going back for Hall. Taylor Hall switches up with Alexander Nikishin. He'll give over to Blake. A one-timer is kicked out by Hart. Ehlers keeps. Could not feed this one around for Hall, but it's Blake. Blake steps into it. He'll give to Hall. Hall goes back. Bottom of the right circle is Blake. Blake. Back to the point is Nikishin. He'll step around. Surveys. Shot is blocked. Blake is tied up on the rebound. Kept in by Nikishin. Blake. Near corner Hall. Tangled up with Stankoven. He keeps it. Right circle. Back over to Blake. We have a clock malfunction at this shot. The penalty is killed. The clock is back here. The ESPN clock malfunction. The arena clock is still functioning. 2-on-2 on the way back. Here's Cole Smith. He elevates this one above the crossbar. It is Blake as the second line goes back to work. No, Blake is onto the bench. Robinson frees up for Walker. Walker's long shot went wide. He was responsible for Marner's first goal as he tapped into his own net. On Tangua, as McNabb, Miller tied up the Vegas goal tonight on receiving as it goes out 14-11, 3rd period.
I just want to let this be known for everyone that's just joining in and will listen at that point. And again, I'm not saying it, but this is just the obvious. Again, I had the first period. Alex going to carry the rest of this prayer list for the top half. Alex had 6 goal calls. 4 of them have counted, and he's also had a penalty shot.
That just seems unreal. with everything that's just been accounted for. A penalty shot, 3 goals by Mitch Marner, and assists, and then you get that. That penalty shot would have had the roof explode. Had it been his 3 hits, 2 block shots, the former Carolina Hurricane, and one of the 2 Calgary boys alongside Rasmus Andersen, who was a free agent this summer. Dylan Chatfield. Jankowski gets shoved off by McNabb, the former LA King. Sent back around, Slavin Gold medals of USA is sent out in front for Hertl. He's looking for a second. Hertl surveys, sends this directly off Bussy. Champion picks it up. And this has just been a role reversal of what's transpired between third periods. Vegas is playing defense here. You don't need more goals. You just have to shut down Carolina, make sure they don't get a clean look. Well, they've been doing that all game. Behind the net, Lozana's tied up. Champion's also there. It's picked up by Nick Dow. Stick with it by Walker. It's collected by Vegas from the near side. And there is a clear by Carolina. Stankoven, Marner, and on the chase down Jarvis. Gets angled up and comes down in front. And score! Carolina breaks the shutout. And it's Jordan Staal, not before some pushing and shoving after the goal. This is the most fight that we've seen from either side. We have to see if any penalties come out of it.
Yeah, Cole Smith was getting worked over. He got the Stankoven line in the mix. He's just getting punched left and right in between Jarvis and Martinook. Martinook still wants a piece of somebody. That looks like Keegan Kolsar. He's incensed. Carolina does have a goal, though.
Well, so there's your answer. About the question if Carolina is needing something, there you go. Carry into game 4. Doesn't matter who scores it. They don't ask you who scores it. They'll ask you when you score it. And they'll never ask you how you score it. They'll ask you when you score it.
Alec, this is the third time already in the last 2 games. You got to play in behind the net. Vegas, I know this time they're up by 4. That's a brutal turnover. It goes right out in front of Martinook and Stankoven. No chance for Carter Hart. It slides through the 5-hole, but Vegas having some trouble over the last couple periods in the third, just protecting things and behind their own net.
That was very sloppy from Vegas, as you mentioned. That defense, and I'm pretty sure Hart wants to have this one back. And I would like to make a joke, but I'm not going to say because it does mention, I'm not going to open those can of worms, boys. Well, here is Carolina as they are on the board. That's the 7th time this postseason that Carter Hart has lost a shutout in the 3rd period. Here is a backhander center and another goal. This time it's Taylor Hall. And Carolina's doubled down.
I was just going to say to you, if they score quick enough, we saw it in the 3rd period and repeat. You get one, all of a sudden ignites. It takes a crazy bounce. Taylor Hall finishes it 12:31 now in the 3rd. There's so much time left. Don't go anywhere.
Oh my God!
What a pass that was from Aho to Hall.
That was filthy. Oh my God! If we get 7 games with this, fellas, I'm not gonna make it.
Well, and guess what, Ian? Icy.
Oh my God!
I'm going to say it right now, Alec. I was going to wait for the post game, and I know this might look as a nothing burger depending on what happens if Vegas does hold. We'll figure that out. Brandon Bussy, you got to keep in mind, it was 4-0 when he comes in. Now it's 4-2. All of a sudden, he could be in this game. He can't give up any.
Watch, it's going to be an opening. It's going to be a one-time.
Scores!
There's another one on an deflection.
What did I just say?
Pulling out another Uno reverse card.
What did I just say? Off the face-off, I was wrong about the one-timer, but off the face-off, they're going to score again.
Jordan Staal has given Carolina life.
Has it even been a minute of game time?
No. We've had 3 goals in the span of, 39 seconds. That one 13 seconds apart. It was 4-0. It's 4-3. Brandon Bussy could be in line for a win.
Oh my gosh.
What is happening here? This minute's away from giving this back to John, and I'm speechless too.
Maybe I shouldn't, Alec. Keep going.
6 go off the playoffs where Jordan Staal is half of them in the Stanley Cup final. And here it is, 3 goals
every single time you talk about the second period in Vegas. Again, those two goals that are called back, it could be 6-3 right now. Don't forget about that as you get the deflection. The third period has been answered the last couple by Carolina, and now they're 11:54, still to be able to tie this.
Imagine the scenes at Raleigh if this is a tie game. Oh, car crash at center.
We'll see who ends up popping back up on this one. It was a very heavy hit. Crowd, they were so excited. They started with the boos in the second after a couple back, and then now 4-3. We'll take a break. Carolina has risen like the Undertaker.
They just sat up. Oh my. We're pulling out all the WWE references here. Danhausen, Undertaker. What's next? Chris Jericho, John Cena, Dwayne Johnson, Steve Austin.
Well, apparently. Well, you know what? There is precedent and reason for a Chris Jericho reference, considering that the Hurricanes have in fact broken the walls down. For anyone who knows Chris Jericho's old theme song and how it would start.
That's a classic. The Hurricanes did break the walls down, and there seems to be a lot. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, there is a little Y2J problem here in Las Vegas. His name is Jordan Staal.
Yeah. Oh my lord, I cannot. 3 goals after 9 seconds of game time.
Oh my goodness. It's just incredible. To think that this was the same Hurricanes team that saw Sean Walker score on his own net to begin the Mitch Marner natural hat trick.
There's something to be said, Alec, to what you just made. To be able to get through that kind of adversity and get past it, there probably isn't 31 other teams in the NHL that could say that.
Perhaps. Well, yeah, 31 other NHL teams, and yes, that includes the Vegas Golden Knights tonight. This will be ice against Carolina of 11:30 left before it was touched up by Noah Andersen. And yes, that comeback scored by Jordan Martin, perhaps that shoving match did put a fire on Carolina's eyes and quieted this crowd.
So, in ECHL news, the Kansas City Mavericks have taken a 2-game to none series lead against the Florida Everglades. I think that's it.
There you go. So in the ECHL, we're still waiting on who will be the Calder Cup finalist, as it's held in from the point on his knees is Howden. He'll get for Marner looking for 4 goals. Marner's long shot screened, and Bossy covers up, anticipating there was going to be a rebound.
It's 11-11. Make a wish. That's what they say correctly in this period. Well, Carolina's wishes come true. They've gotten back into this game. We've used every kind of remark that we could use between sports and reference. Again, I'd just like to mention Brandon Bussey in the goal crease came in when it was 4-0. He's in line possibly to get a win. It's very important that he shuts the door.
Stankoven wins this face-off. It'll be Chatfield moving it up. Across the ice for Stankoven on the return field, knocked away. And Carolina, on the third period, they pulled out all sorts of Uno reverse cards on Vegas, as they know that Vegas is the best third period team in hockey, and they've been cooking them in back-to-back third periods. Icing here against Carolina. Hey, why don't I turn it over to you, John? You take it away.
All right, Alec, considering you've had 9 goals officially called and then a penalty shot, even though 7 of them have counted, you have done your service for today. Let's see if I can actually do the rest of my job and bring it home. Depending on who's going to bring it home, we'll still figure that out. Carolina, they found their life as you got this half and half.
Bussy now makes the save near the left side of the red line. Recollected here for the mustard gold. And again, between everything that's happened, how big was the 3 goals for Mitch Marner when it looked like those might not all matter? He's in line for the GWG. If this did hold, it falls back to Bussy. He'll make the save.
Oh, Brandon Bussy has looked calm and composed here in the Stanley Cup final. I don't know when was the last time a goalie's first action in the postseason was the Stanley Cup final after the starter has been pulled.
And you'd have to go back and look at that. Hopefully we can find something on ESPN or ABC that mentioned. But we talk about the regular season. Brandon Bussy's save percentage and the lack of shutouts and everything weren't gigantic, as that was a chance out front from Colton Sissons that goes wide. But man, oh man, was he good in the regular season as far as regulation wins and driving the play. Carter Hart has to get back in the goal crease. This is captain at the point now. Walker sends it around for Sebastian Aho. We're almost halfway through this third. This game has completely changed. Vegas had 6, 4 counted. It was all in the second frame. And then Carolina comes back and scores 3 in pretty much 43 seconds to put themselves back in. This is a swing game. The series sits at 1-1. There's an opening right in the middle of the slot, but this will be cleared down the ice off the curl and wide. So Hannafin now will get a chance to touch.
We speak of records. We don't have one on Brandon Bussy, but we do have one on the Hurricanes. The 3 goals in 39 seconds. That's our Stanley Cup final record.
We just keep setting records in this game. And again, 7 goals for already. That's official. I mean, we had 16 on top of that. 23 goals scored in this series. And we got 9:46 left to go in game 3, if you can believe it. I mean, that is insane. Now toward the left side dot. Picked up here. Yes, it is. Picked up here now for the Vegas Golden Knights. Hannafin off the deflection. That will go wide. Marner now. Will chase it on the left side red line. Again, I still happen to think these are the 2 best teams that have been in the NHL this season. And they have been showing you all their propensity for scoring. Good cross pass backhand. That was a nonchalant save there for Carter Hart. Where's his confidence level at this point? Again, he's still got the lead. We can say there has not been a goalie in this series that has a save percentage to be proud of, with the exception of Brandon Bussy. Yes, it's been limited. He hasn't given up one yet here in this third. Gostisbehere loops it in behind the end boards. And Nikishin will have this one get chased all the way to Carter Hart. He'll make the safe play. Across the left side red line, looking for a breakout pass for Brett Howden. That's picked off. Nick Ehlers coming in behind the end boards now. Players will come together. On the left side red line, Braden McNabb. You thought he was going to be the control variant to keep this game in line and have Vegas kind of calmly get it there, but that was changed completely for Carolina. There's a back pass. This bounces off a broken stick, and Dowd will get off the ice for John Tortorella's squad. The ebbs and flows of this game, if you can only imagine. Make sure you get to the highlights. I'll have that posted with the coverage. This bounces. Now back toward the left side boards. I'm just privileged to be joined by Alec Nava and Ian Genge as we're taking it all the way through this. Jack Eichel. Send it back around for Bussy. Got to be quick about it. And behind his own net, Barbashev will get a steal. He is being dwarfed into left side red line, and this is up and out. Vegas wants to delay a game. We'll see if the penalty doors will open.
We need a closer look. Does it get sent out off of the Carolina, the player, without a deflection? Vegas wants to talk about it. I'm sure John Tortorella wants to look at the video board. The officials are convening together. Let's see the replay. The puck goes bouncing. It's forced out. Was it Jarvis that touched it? I think it was Jarvis who cleared it out. There was nobody else who touched the puck. I think this should be a penalty.
We'll have to see. I think on your initial remark, Alec, I don't disagree with you. I think that's what I'm saying. This super slow-mo is very blurry, but it looks like maybe Jarvis's stick, depending on the tape. But I'm still looking on the ESPN box to give you an official word once we get it.
Just why, Jarvis? got all this momentum for Carolina. You can't take a penalty at this time, especially since Vegas scored on the power play earlier in the game.
And if you're John Tortorella at this point, you got a 4-3 lead now from 4-0. There, I would not challenge, because if you lose it, Carolina gets a power play, you know they're going to tie it. So you just got to let things be.
Yes. So the team can challenge at any point about delay of game, but I don't think Brind'Amour should challenge this because this was obvious. Let's see, Chris Rooney is discussing with one of his linesmen, and Jordan Staal there. They're still waiting a verdict from Rooney. Still no word. This is taking a while.
It sure is. That was kind of hard to see in between a couple. So delay of game. Seth Jarvis, you're right. 12:07. It's official now. 7:53 left to go in the third. And this is a must score here for a Vegas team that had a big lead. We'll see if we'll come back here. And if Carolina gets a short-handed goal, that's not out of the realm of possibility either. This is an insane game. Anything can happen.
Whatever happened to more short-handed goals than power play goals? It feels like at some point in this Stanley Cup final, we're due for a short-handed goal.
Yeah, I said that to you in the open as far as the preview show, and I kind of meant it. It could have either been, a 7-gamer according to Ian. You and I both split 6. There was a propensity that maybe you get more short-handed than power play. There hasn't been a lot of power play goals. You really only had that Seth Jarvis one that really mattered on the other time. And most of this stuff has been even strength with the exception of Hertl. And this at 10:26, I guess now is as good a time as any to do a reset. Hertl on the power play, his 5th from Eichel and Marner from that pass in behind the net, made it 1-0. And then it was a Mitch Marner run of 3 straight from Karlsson and Theodore, and then McNabb, and then the Tomas Hertl one of late. That was the one-on-one slap shot that beat Freddie Andersen. He was pulled after giving up 4 goals. His final line was 12 of 16. That was a 750. Brandon Bussi comes in. 7:03. It's a goal from Jordan Marner, his 2nd from Seth Jarvis and Logan Stankoven. Taylor Hall, his 6th from Aho and Blake. And then Jordan Staal with the traffic on in front from Jacob Slavin and Eric Robinson. That's 3 goals in 39 seconds, the fastest in Stanley Cup Finals history. We sit at 7:52 of the third. Vegas has a power play.
That was such a weird angle for the puck to go out of play. You don't normally see a bounce like that and then a high-arcing rainbow like that the way it exited out.
What are we going to get? In totality here, Vegas is outshooting Carolina 22-18. Carolina had not been outshot in any game, I believe, until the one a couple of nights ago. But then if that is not the case, this would be the first time now, if it's done officially, depending on what happens. Shea Theodore, not a Jack Eichel. He'll race up across center ice, slow up, drop it off near the right side, and put himself offside at 7:34.
One too many cuts on the entry for Jack Eichel. And for Carolina, this is must kill. It's as big of a must kill as it gets for them, considering that they had the surge of momentum on their side. And they're putting their best defensive guys on the ice. Staal, Marner, Slavin, and Sheffield.
Can we say it or always say it for the play-by-play for Alec's sake? I think if Carolina kills it, Carolina's going to get this to OT, and we could have another 5-4 final. That's what pretty much Owen Parkin was calling. And we didn't think he was crazy, but you didn't see it happening up until it did, the 3 goals in 39 seconds. And now we'll go the other way for Vegas in their own end. Theodore, he's on his back skate and will elect to drop it back. The Golden Knights smart to be able to take some time with this. Eichel, 5-pull save right up the Bussi. No problems. We'll get a stoppage at 7 minutes.
John, if you were to tell me that a 5-4 final will be in play, well, I wouldn't be mad at anyone considering that both goaltenders have not been having the series that they've wanted. But if you were to tell me that it will come in the form of a 4-0 lead for Vegas,
right,
and Carolina potentially ties it after this penalty kill, I would think you'd be lying. I would call you a liar.
Yeah, and he had 2 goals that were disallowed. He had a penalty shot that wasn't converted. There's no shortage of offense in this game 3. And I guess I'll just get to the point where as this puck goes up and out of play again, this might just be what we're going to see. We're just going to see goals for days.
We might. I think this puck may have been deflected out. Vegas wants another delay of game penalty. I think this time it was deflected out, unless it hits the glass. And there was a talk of it. They're going to say it hit the glass, so no delay of game.
Yeah, hit the glass, and it looked like it went off the blade of Sean Walker. Vegas will win it. Theodore had it, and the high slide door of Fiev had to go in between his legs. Working behind now for Mark Stone. Back directly behind it into Brind'Amour. Again, worth repeating. He came into the third period cold, down 4-0, and now it's 4-3. Again, you get to those points, you have to be able to shut the door to get your team back into the game, and he's certainly done that. Stone tried to center out in front for Mitch Marner. He's looking for his 4th. That would be big. It would give Vegas a 2-goal lead at this point. Eichel near the left side dot. One of the right-handed shots set up for Theodore. That goes wide of Bussy. Dorofiev picks it up near the right dot. 6:10 left to go in the third. John here alongside Alec Nava and Ian Genge. We've taken you through in this breathless game. The ebbs and flows have been outrageous in this Stanley Cup Finals. Really more goals than I've ever expected in a series. Stone turns it over in front of the net, and that is good forechecking from Staal. Excellent work to force a draw.
Jordan Staal has consistently been one of the more important Hurricanes over the course of his career ever since he arrived in the 2012 offseason. And it was that Staal kind of got away with an elbow right on Mark Stone. But what is Mark Stone trying to do with this puck? It feels like he was trying to overthink this, if anything.
Yeah, he had too many. And again, you said it right for Carolina, forcing things on their forecheck, making things happen. But Vegas then turning things over in the third and making too many mistakes. A shot right off the draw is held by Hart, and that kills the power play for Vegas. We might take another break here. 5:52 left in the third. Hold all tickets.
Yep, hold your breath. But that's easier said than done here for anyone who is rooting for Carolina or Vegas. Just hold your breath, because things can change on a dime at any point.
So Freddie Andersen, I mentioned, finished 12-16. Brind'Amour already 7-7. So he's been about as busy as you could expect in terms of the numbers. Again, they're low, but if you extrapolate them throughout the series, there's not been a lot of goal-scoring chances. So Bussy, I think, has done well considering the situation he's been thrusted into. Carter Hart has not had a good game in this series either. He's just 16 of 19. And I did expect, as I said to Alec, that he would play better at home. But that one goal that bounced in from Marner, you get that first one started, and then just an avalanche of goals. The snowball was rolling down the hill. Carolina's got plenty of time. They still got 5:52 left in the third.
And with Brind'Amour and company going to build up the momentum that was generating earlier, the 3 goals in 39 seconds, this actually reminds me, in one playoff game between the Ducks and the Blackhawks, the Ducks scored 3 goals in less than 40 seconds in a playoff game in the 2015 Western Conference Final. If there was something to turn the momentum around, this was it. And I feel that Brind'Amour may have changed the lines up a bit so as to get some different looks, so as to confuse Vegas.
Yeah, they did. You kind of mix, as you said, in between Jarvis and that first line of the third line, move things around. I'm very impressed, and I know you said it in the opening, between the depth of both of these teams and the star power that Vegas has. Star power showed up with Mitch Marner, but the depth, Jordan Martinook, Taylor Hall, Jordan Staal, to be able to get that job done and get this back close, considering where they were. As you talk about the 32 teams in the NHL, I'm not so certain 30 other teams could get back through this adversity and get this one close. Credit to Carolina.
Of course, kudos for fighting back. And this is going to be a talking point entering Game 4.
Stankoven can't win the draw. This will be cleared in amongst the end boards now. Vegas, here's Mitch Marner. He's been all over the score sheet. Got 4 points, 3 goals and an assist. He got denied on a penalty shot. One-timer. What a save. Bussy makes it. Close the 5-hole on Howden.
in the middle of the slot. We're almost down to the final 5. Vegas trying to hold on. The 2 goals that were called back could have been 6-0. Another one of those. Wild Bill denied by Bussy in the middle of the circles. He's been brilliant so far in this third. I know that's hard to say, but it's just 8 of 8. But he's needed to be. Picked up now Marner. Touch pass. This gets knocked away from his blade near the left side red line. In Carolina, it's a 2-on-2 developing. Long wrister. This one will hit the glass. It'll get knocked into the neutral zone. Vegas fresh off some changes. Got to do so quickly. Taylor Hall. This gets knocked away from him and the captaincy, and Mark Stone tries to be much cleaner about this next pass he makes as this is sent back down and amongst the inboards. 4:40 left to go in this third. Winner's going to take an extra game in this pivotal swing, go up 2-1. Long wrister Carter Hart with a glove save. He gets smoked after her, and that's going to draw a huge crowd as he is down.
He's back up in Negro, several seconds after, but that is going to draw a crowd easily after Hart got ran over. Taylor Hall has words of Ivan Barbashev and Mark Stone. I believe Hall was the one who ran over Hart. And everyone on Vegas has some words. It was Hall on the wrister, and as Hart covers up, Hall shoves Andersen towards the goalpost and runs through and gets him to run into Hart. And of course, Vegas doesn't like that.
You can't there. I mean, that's a late hit. Taylor Hall knows exactly what he's doing, trying to get a piece of Hannafin, who was already injured coming back in this game. And then somebody jumps on the back of one of the Carolina Hurricanes. That's Rasmus Andersen.
Fellas, this might be a 5-minute major.
How do you not call any penalties there?
Wow.
No penalties.
None?
I know-
mean, what?
I know it's a Stanley Cup final, and we talk about it as you go across the board, but that gets whistled away. Taylor Hall could have been called for one. Rasmus Andersen could have been called on the jump on the back. You got to do something offsetting at least.
At least. But
Yeah.
that was clearly, that could have easily been 2 minutes for cross-checking.
And you had Carter Hart taking all of his equipment off, shaking on the back of his neck. He was really banged up there. And we got 2 teams, again, that are hitting each other here with Colton Sissons, who dumps it in. I think it's safe to say, I know between East and West, but the blood is really boiling here throughout this series. If you've had that happen from the second, third of the fits and starts, but gentlemen, we could say that now. We got a hell of a Stanley Cup Finals on our hands. As this is sent back in behind the inboards now for Jarvis. Picked up Walker, goes for a cross pass. Probably should have shot it. Here's another long wrister. This gets blocked. Aho picks it up off the carom near the right dot. Just holds it in. Jarvis now will take a hit behind the net of Carter Hart. Got to keep in mind, he just got shaken up after that big hit. He might be conceding one. Here's a slapper. This one is a sacrificial block by Sissons. He's been all over the ice. Aho with the vertical to try to keep it in. And Brandon Bussy at some point, depending on what happens, will have to get pulled out of the goal crease for the extra attacker. Here is Hertl. We'll have to get off the ice. Vegas was off sides. They'll peel back. 3:10 left to go in the third. John here with you alongside Alec Nava and Ian Genge. Don't even know what else there's left to say. I think we used all the superlatives. Let's just finish this off. Here's a reverse hit. Taylor Hall gets hit up high. That banged him up pretty good. As he's slow to get to the bench, he is bowled over in pain.
Wait a minute. What to say is that puck exited out of the ring directly. I think Vegas is going to get called for a delay of game.
Shea Theodore at 17:05. Good eyes, Alec.
Wait. Vegas has to go on a penalty kill, and they don't have Theodore.
Nope.
Oh my!
That was a good hit by McNabb against Taylor Hall. I know that one hurt, but that was very clean.
That is. Queen, the night of entry, knocked him off balance. And Shea Theodore on the lung clear. It doesn't even touch anybody. It just exits out.
Are we destined to go to overtime? I feel like Carolina is just going to score here. Brandon Bussey could be a hero. We'll see what we get. Dowd against Staal. I'm on the edge of my seat here. I know Alec's been on the edge of that, and so has Ian. This has been awesome in this Stanley Cup final. Could never have expected this many goals, but let's just inject this into our veins. Let's play a best of 9. This is tied up now. Dowd, he is going to get whacked underneath the side of his gut, as this will be picked up now. Gostisbehere off the tie-up. Staal still trying to do some work. Svechnikov sends it in behind the inboards. Sebastian Aho, now from Svechnikov. I have not called a goal yet in this game. Gostisbehere, Jarvis, near the left side dot. High slot for Ghost. He's keeping his eyes up. Aho, touch pass. Will he shoot one and let one go? Deflected, saved by the glove of Hart. Here's Aho near the right side dot. Ghost, high slot. Jarvis, one-timer. That one sails wide. 2:10 left to go in the third. On the left side, red line, Vegas in desperation to get it out. They get McNabb back in this game, but they don't have Theodore on this kill. That is huge for them. Dowd can't find it. Gostisbehere back in behind the end boards now. This is Svech. It deflected, gloved out of the air by Sissons, but it stays in. Empty net now. Bussey out. Aho! He can walk in. Staal! It's loose at the net. And where's the signal? Scores! Carolina does tie it!
Wow! Just at the moment in which we're waiting for, 6-4, net empty, Brandon Bussey is pulled, and Carolina pulls a rabbit out the magic hat, but we're going to have to wait a moment. The officials are convening to see if there's goaltender interference.
Is Vegas finally going to get the positive end of an interference call? The puck hits Hart up in the face, and then the collision, in my opinion, was by Dowd into Carolina. I would think this would be a clean goal for the Canes.
Hang on, let's see this. Wow, yeah, so Dowd comes in, pushes number 27 for the Canes. I didn't get the name. But
Ehlers.
Wow, Dowd just comes in and slams him into the goal.
Yeah. I think if Tortorella challenges this, he's going to lose it.
If he challenges this, it's going to be another penalty, and Carolina might score again and win this in regulation.
So, Owen Park, and I salute you. He's not challenging.
No, it's 4-4. I think he would have lost it. I think it's a clean goal. It could have been 6 goals for Vegas. They wouldn't even be in the port where they'd have to worry. Again, those two that were called back and kept punching that button. Svechnikov scores. Jarvis got the game winner in the last one prior. And now Brandon Bussey, again, he's in line for the win as this goes up and out of play.
There's only been one 4+ goal third period comeback in playoff history. That was the miracle at Manchester. We need a name for this game if Carolina completes it.
I'm going to say that they do, Alec. I don't know how you come back from that in a single game. Again, you get the long day off for Tuesday, but for this right now, the momentum is with the Canes.
Yes, they have the momentum here in the third period. And coming into overtime, you think Carolina would have the momentum.
They haven't lost. And when they got to extra time, Jalen Chatfield finally got a goal call on my own that almost broke the register. And I'm glad to finally get one here as Carolina's tied it. Again, for those that are joining us, it was 4-0 Vegas after 2. They scored all 4. And then Carolina scores 4. We're in the final minute of regulation. We're almost destined for another 5-4 final. Rasmus Andersen. This one bounces off Sebastian Aho. And then the delayed offsides. Vegas finally gets this now. This is played a rolling puck back. And I believe that is Howden that will send it in. Karlsson will chase.
not captain at the line. Mustard Gold got to go back. Braden McNabb. Again, how costly. Ian mentioned it. O'Shea Theodore in terms of that kill, and that one really hurt them. Brandon Bussey now in line for the win. Shot board 25-23 Vegas. 20 seconds left to go in this third period. This is not there for Svechnikov. Goes back down the ice and iced against Vegas. Interesting at 12.5.
Or we're going to have to get a Hurricanes fan a tattoo of Stormy. I mean, incredible. On this net front, with Svechnikov setting up, it was a rebound with all sorts of bodies piling up at the front. I'm not sure who last touched it, but I think it might be Svechnikov who got this one. We'll have to see the box score. And survey says yes.
Yeah, we said that earlier, Alec. Again, they can punch that again for Svechnikov. He gets on the board from Staal and Sebastian Aho. That at 18-18, it was goals 39 seconds apart, 3 of them, and then the run of answer that goes from the second and third. Again, as we said, hold all tickets. Now we got this face-off. We could end it right here in regulation. Rister, line of Hart, picked up now and off the inboards off the long flip, and that ends it for regulation. Carolina was down 4-0 after 2. They get 4 in the third. We need more time.
The only thing that's going to make this better is overtime, of course. If you're Carolina, you obviously want to get this. If you're Vegas, you want to preserve the Marner legacy game. This game is pure madness. A second straight overtime game, and we're going to get a 5-4 final score. Well, Owen, you're not a madman.
Yeah, he's not. Again, I don't think any of us would have thought that this was going to happen in this particular run. I mean, a run of 4, and between both, I feel like you're playing a card game, and yet we're able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, and we don't. And the third period, Carolina dealt 21 in blackjack.
Yeah.
Well, in Vegas, on the meantime, in that third period, they were. Oh boy, they were in a bad situation that they just had to fold the cards in the third period. Oh. Can anyone believe this? Incredible. Just incredible.
Is there any way, Alec, I know we have a bunch of thoughts as far as what's going on because it's unbelievable, but is there any way to explain how Vegas comes out, dominates the second? Yes, you have the reverse adversity. Carolina finds their way and punches back in the third, and that's remarkable as we talked about. But you're Vegas, you're up 4-0. This is the second game in which you've blown late. You had a run in the second period before. You had the Stankoven goal. That turns it around. Now you're up 4-0 and you lose this. They don't seem to have their composure.
They just look lost on the ice. They just completely lost it in the third period. And the moment that things turned around this game was the Marner save on the penalty shot when Brandon Bussey stood his ground. You're right. If Carolina wins this, he's in line for the win.
Yeah.
Postseason heroes can come from the most unexpected sources.
And fellas, truth be told, if they win this, you have to keep Bussey in net.
Yes.
Yeah. Entering game 4, you keep Bussey.
That's what I was going to ask you, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Ian. That's what I was going to ask Alec in the postgame. This is Brandon Bussey's net now, regardless of what happens, at least for Tuesday. If you want to revisit that, depending on what happens with Carolina in this series, you can. But I think Freddie Andersen, I didn't want to be mean to Alec, as I said this throughout the Stanley Cup Finals preview. Again, you can talk about the runs that he thought that, the Ottawa series would be longer. I did not. Again, for Montreal, you might have one of those situations where they were burned out too much and they played multiple 7-game series, but credit to Carolina. They were able to dominate them in games 4 and 5 and finish off that series quickly. But I always said for Carolina, this is no disrespect, they've done a great job of building everything and insulating that bubble, that Freddie Andersen kind of feels like that movie Bubble Boy. And you have that where you just have all the protection around you. But when I said when it breaks, when Vegas forces them to break, what do you do now? And I think the best case scenario was the adversity that Carolina finally had to face was in game 1. They figured out how to solve it in game 2. They figured it out hell in real time in game 3 when they were down 4-0. And now they've got the answer that they had all along in Brandon Bussi.
That said, with Brandon Bussi in nets, you have to move with him moving forward. Doesn't matter if Carolina wins or loses, you ride him the rest of the way in the Stanley Cup final if you're the Hurricanes.
So Carter Hart, and this is worth repeating again, as Alec mentioned, he was about 13 minutes away from a shutout. He has not had one in the postseason. Then he surrenders a run of 4. 19 of 23. His save percentage is .826. We honestly could have the same narrative on the other side of whether you would start Adin Hill. I don't think that's going to happen because honestly, Adin Hill is fighting himself for some kind of .860 save percentage. And throughout the regular season, he just wasn't very good at all. So you can kind of turn it around now. And between Brandon Bussi, as you talked about, that Vegas really doesn't have any other goaltending to turn to.
Yeah, because Adin Hill has generally been unreliable this season. His play has fallen off a cliff from 2023. Last year he was at his healthiest, but this year he was just downright awful. Akira Schmid is their next best option, but he's a healthy scratch.
Right. And I don't see any way in hell that Akira Schmid would come back in this series to replace Carter Hart. I think it's Carter Hart's net, win, lose, or draw.
At this point forward, yes, because he's rewarded Vegas, though he has had trouble hanging on to shutouts. If we mentioned about the number of shutouts he's lost this postseason in the third period, that number's now at 7.
So the hit totals have been outrageous. I'll give you some of those as we get settled here for this overtime. I'll take the top half and then leave it to Alex should we need that all. How's this for a stat line for Cole Smith? Yes, he's a -1. He's 1 for 2 on shots. He's got 11 hits. Nick Dowd has 8. Barbashev has 7. So a lot of physicality across the board. Carolina, they kind of have it like a fence post. Everybody's got to hit it with the exception of Mark Jankowski and Shane Gostisbehere on defense. But time on ice, I see 20 and 44 for Keandre Miller. That leads everything as far as defense. You got 1903 for Seth Jarvis. So different line, but he's getting the most ice time. And for the Vegas Golden Knights, leading the forwards is Mark Stone with 23 shifts on 1922. Rasmus Andersen over 20 minutes. Braden McNabb in his game back since taking a puck to the face. He's second, only behind Shea Theodore. He's got 26:30. McNabb about 25 minutes.
Good for McNabb getting back over to the lineup and being the presence that Vegas needed on the defensive side. He's managed to play close to 25 minutes as their second most utilized defenseman just behind Shea Theodore. We mentioned about certain guys that we need to keep an eye out on in terms of their health. Noah Hannafin played close to 15 minutes, which is well under his average time on ice, but he left the game because of injury concerns. He came back. Carolina, Keandre Miller, 20 minutes, 44 seconds. Jalen Chatfield, just over 21 minutes. William Carrier, just 6 minutes. It's just close to 7 minutes. He has the least time on ice because of said injury concerns.
And again, it's worth repeating, regardless if Vegas wins or loses this game, just like from game 1, your best defensive pairing was your top line in McNabb and Theodore. They had 6 points combined in game 1 in that win. They've got 2. They both got a pair of assists, and they're combined +4. Everyone else on Vegas's back end line is carrying a -1.
They cannot do it all alone.
No.
Theodore. They need to have the other step up, and that includes guys like Rasmus Andersen, Jeremy Lauzon. Lauzon's known for hard hitting. We've seen some of those back in his previous teams, but here in Vegas is where he needs to step up. Andersen, we need to see him take more risks towards the net. Give him more chances here as the offensive defenseman that he is.
Guys, we have about 6 minutes before overtime starts, and guess what? We get to do this again. Give me your overtime winners. I'll let Ian think about it. I'll let Alec go first.
All right, so for Carolina, I'm going with Nikolai Ehlers. So this continues the theme about a player who hasn't scored yet, possibly breaking through here. But Ehlers, to his credit, he does have an overtime winner under his belt. And for Vegas, I'm going with an original misfit and part of Marner's line, William Karlsson.
What about you, Mr. Genge?
Okay. Last time we went to overtime, I went with the defenseman. This time, I'm not going to get creative here. Either Marner's going to get his fourth goal, or either Marner will get his fourth goal, or Carolina will have the OT winner by the hands of Andrei Svechnikov.
He's already got one. Again, I went last here, and if you remember, during Game 2, it wasn't all that long ago, I picked who won for Carolina. And I'm going to do so again. I think he's going to get another one and cement his postseason legacy. Seth Jarvis. He's on the board again for me because I just got to do it. And for the Golden Knights, it's about time one of the Calgary boys gets the job done. He's had a rough game. He needs a big goal. Rasmus Andersen.
I like to think of Andersen. It was one because the Calgary pairing has had it rough in Game 3. Andersen, and to Andersen's credit, he lost a puck battle that led to the comeback in Game 2. And I know for a fact that Vegas they did blow a 3-goal lead against San Jose in 2019. But man, if Vegas doesn't win the cup and they lose this game, and we'll go on to lose the final, this is going to surpass that Game 7.
Yeah, this feels like that one series that I always think about when you get some of those highlights about the San Jose Sharks and the 5-minute penalty and all that. It feels like all that stuff is rolled into one, but this time the stage is even bigger.
It is. Everything coming into one in a much grander stage. And somewhere, Logan Couture, Brent Burns, Erik Karlsson are smiling. And so is Kevin LeBanc. But Tomas Hertl, not so much.
No. Again, Tomas Hertl was part of the reason. He was a major part of the reason why Golden Knights lost Game 2. He was a big part of the reason why they won it. So he's been all over the board in Game 1. But that penalty, the trip, caused Seth Jarvis to get that OT finisher. That was big to get him on the board. We talked about needing to get that top line ignited. You got that in the last game from Jarvis. You got it this one on the tie-up from Svechnikov. So the first line starting to percolate. Maybe as we mentioned with Brandon Bussey, you got your goaltender now for the rest of the series. As we mentioned between Carter Hart, Aiden Hill, and Akira Schmid, you really don't have any other situation where you expect Carter Hart to leave. And then we talked about the backhand line. Noah Hannafin, Rasmus Andersen, Caden Korchak, Dylan Coghlan, however you want to mix it, Lauzon. The rest of the pairings outside of McNabb and Theodore need to step up. And maybe also for Vegas, I think the main thing for me, we can all agree on, they've been careless with this puck in the third period. You've had multi-goal leads. You can't manage it well enough. That's the reason why you deserve to lose if you do. But you can start talking about the lack of production from their first line.
We speak of lack of production of first line. I know Carolina's narrative surrounds the top line of Svechnikov, Ottawa, and Jarvis, even though Jarvis got bumped down to the third line. we need to start giving this conversation to Vegas' top line.
Yeah.
This would have been in the discussion had it not been for Jack Eichel's goal being waved off for goaltender interference. But they need to get more chances, that top line of Barbashev, Eichel, and Dorfiev, because aside from an overturned goal, there's not enough coming from them, John.
No, there's not. That's why I mentioned I'm glad that you're able to double down on that as well. That would be another one of the reasons why, if the Golden Knights should lose this series, you can look at the production or lack thereof from their top line. So Carolina seemed to have been able to kind of turn that around. Now it goes back on Vegas. And I can't imagine, again, I think the extra day is going to be pivotal for Game 4 as far as Tuesday, if the Golden Knights should lose this, or however you want to get that reset. Probably you always say don't get too high, don't get too low. That's almost impossible to do in this series.
It is. When you have a series as back and forth, no lead as safe as this, once again, we need to emphasize this point as is made throughout the course of the series. It doesn't matter if your lead is 2-0, and it's sure as heck doesn't matter if your lead is 4-0. No lead is safe.
Hey, Alec, if you don't mind, can you go ahead and start because I need to do some battery replacement.
All right. We'll keep you posted here, John. All right, so here we are. 3 of the 4 goals from Vegas have come from Mitch Marner. It is 4 goals from 4 different goal scorers for Carolina, including 3 goals in 39 seconds, a new finals record. Jordan Martin, Taylor Hall, and Jordan Staal, all before the 8-minute mark. And then Andrei Svechnikov with his first goal of the Stanley Cup final on the power play, as John Tortorella elected not to challenge for goaltender interference because Nick Dowd shoved one of the Carolina attackers towards Carter Hart. So, we'll be with you. Alec Nava Ian Genge. Teams are 0-1-8 with by at least 4 goals in the first period in Stanley Cup final history. And it's the second time in this final of a game-tying goal in the final 2 minutes of action. Always love those center ice displays with the Golden Knights. They love that. Overtime! Here we are. And Carolina is 6-0 in playoff OT. Vegas is 3-1. Their only loss came 2 nights ago. Lozon is back, shoves away Jarvis. Jordan Staal moves it forward. It's Keandre Miller wanting to set up the attack, but can't. As Vegas will load up from the far side, it'll be sent it on around. Brind'Amour, 9 saves on 9 shots faced, his first appearance in the postseason. He's aligned for the win should Carolina pick up the victory here at OT. And when their 9th OT game, Vegas has other plans. Carolina says no thanks. 25 shots apiece between both the Kings and the Knights. Entering in from the far side is Vegas. In the way is Sean Walker. Back behind is Miller, but it goes to Marner, looking for his 4th goal. Marner backs up, is sick with it, and loosed it. This goes back for Shea Theodore. And John, are you back?
You can go ahead and take the 10. I'll back you up.
All right then. So, as Vegas will start this up for their own zone, loading up the near side is Dorfiev, drop for Marner, across the ice, Sissons. Line change for John Jordan. Oh, squad, what's he gonna say? This is passed back on the right point for Rasmus Andersen. Andersen goes back for Hertl. Hertl at the near corner as Walker shoves him up. Hertl goes back for Andersen. Andersen again for Hertl as they play catch. Hertl boxed out and he'll drop back. Here's Andersen closing in. Right on Aho, his former teammate. Turnover. Here is Jackson Blake as he spins. And we'll send this down the near side where it's picked up by Vegas. Dorfiev will feed it towards the far corner. And we'll send this up to center ice. Knocked in as Dylan Chatfield's on a foot race with Colton Sissons. Chatfield boxes him out, allowing Slater to pick it up. There's a loose stick on the ice. This would have been offside if Vegas kept it because it was just into the neutral zone. Carolina will send this down to distance. Hart plays it out. We'll feed it towards the far corner. Moved up through the middle. Here is Dorfiev. Dorfiev sends this down in the backhand. Brind'Amour plays this one out towards the far corner. Chatfield still on the ice. And Hall almost turns it over, went off the leg, and not the stick. Cole Stiff kept it in. Feeds this over for Colasar. Back to the left point. Here's a long shot for traffic, and it's blocked in front. Bardock a long clear. Ehlers passes this down. Offside against Carolina. We'll have to face off outside the zone.
That was one of the first semi-dangerous chances in this OT as Vegas finally got traffic in front of the net of Brandon Busty. A little bit of a deflection, but I like his angles in net, not giving up much. And as you said, Alec, that denial on the penalty shot of Mitch Marner, that loomed large.
That could have made it 5-0 had Busty not stopped that. But here we are now. Shots even at 4-piece. Busty has stopped all 9 Vegas shots that he has faced. Freddie Andersen allowed 4 goals on 16 shots. Jankowski off the face-off win. Sends us down the far side. William Carrier has not returned to the game. We imagined that he's going to be out for the remainder of it. From behind that, Hanovic gets shoved by Jankowski. Gostisbehere on the key. Here's Vesnikov. Robinson tied up. Back for Vesnikov. This shot fired wide. Gostisbehere comes in. Looks at Vesnikov tied up. Jankowski pumps the free and comes over to the point. Gostisbehere's blocked. Gets it back. Here's the Keishan. Waits. Shoots. Blocked. And no breakaway here for Vegas as there is a defender back. Sends in as Robinson got swept off his feet. Hart plays it behind. And through center right, this gets by the Carolina defender. This will go towards the far corner as Busty was waiting. And we picked up by Sean Walker from behind the net. On the far side now, as we moved up by the Kings. Keandre Miller sends it to the right. Curling drag shot. Stopped by Hart. And kept it for the left flank by Miller. Left down by Mitch Marner. Marner, rolling puck. Howden couldn't enter. And Carolina tries to bank feet ahead. That went off Staal. From the near corner. Staal and Lauzon tie each other up near the broken stick. Taylor Hall is also out there. He's with Seth Jarvis. Staal and Hall. Marner. Karlsson. On this side, Lauzon, Andersen. Jarvis and Miller both eagerly waiting. Still near that broken stick. As the referees let the boys play. 4 minutes gone here, and sudden death overtime as Hall pokes it out. Back towards the far corner, where's Howden waiting for it, and he gets pinned himself by Jarvis. Howden tries to play free, and still he's hounded down. Hall and Aho are both there. Hall wants it out for a change. Jumping onto his Lauzon, Aho levels him out. From the near corners will be sent down to center ice, lobbed down by Blake. And now will go out down again, this time by Vegas. They'll send this in up the far boards. Busty plays this out. Nikolai Ehlers leads this up ahead, down the near boards, slapped around, and we played by Sissons near the Carolina bench. The Hurricanes trying to attack. Here comes Vegas moving back in. Fed on shot by Sissons, now allows Jackson Blake to take it up. And it's fed back for Chatfield. On the backhand, played it on cross-corner dump as Carolina picks up Aho. Around the end boards, past McNabb and on to Svechnikov. Svechnikov back up front, bouncing puck, swept wide, and a shove. And Carter Hart tracks it down, covers.
And this is starting to be really good pressure. You think within the first probably about 5 minutes, 10 seconds, Svechnikov get a look there. The initial shot gets blocked for the turnaround. It was a great left pad save by Carter Hart as Robinson was right in his grill. But Carolina's got a great start to this OT.
A blazing start, if you will. It's a force of nature up against a brick wall that's something that would normally be seen as impenetrable. Well, that brick wall has been tested by this force of nature. As Hart allowed 4 goals on 26 shots, all of them in the third period. This is going to be iced, and the faceoff will come back to the Vegas zone.
It's pretty interesting, the ebbs and flows. We talk about the fits and starts. Second period, Vegas. Third period, Carolina. But both teams, Alec, and I think you agree with this, as we've gone along throughout the series, have had their runs of 6, 7, 8 minutes of domination. It feels like a tennis volley.
It feels like that as well. Carolina controlled the first period, didn't get the results they wanted. Vegas controlled the second period, they got the results they wanted. And Carolina was on the receiving end of better luck in the third period as they and Vegas were pretty much even in the third. Now Carolina's off to a blazing start here in overtime. Vegas wants to end that here. The run of domination up the middle. Here is a feed towards the left side that was tied up. Stankoven played that directly onto the Vegas stick. Here is Cole Smith. Glad it knocked away from him. Marner waits. Marner from the near side sends this down. Carter Hart behind. Over to Theodore. Shave Theodore. Moves this up the near side. Foot race. Bossy plays this out. Nikishin held. No warm-up. From the right point, held him by the Knights. Chase it down. Nikishin pins him. Nikishin frees it up for the approaching Kane. And this will roll down to Vegas Ice past the red line for an icing.
13:43. Should we need it all in this first OT? Again, worth repeating. Vegas could have had 6. 2 of them were called back. Vegas gets 4, 4-0 after 2. Carolina responds, gets 4 more, puts us in this situation. Owen Parkin was right all along. It was going to be 5-4 OT. We didn't think it was going to get to that point. Shot board 26-25 Carolina. It's an ozone draw for VGK.
And meanwhile, at the watch party at Lenovo Center, there are guys with the tarps off. That means the jerseys off, waving them, channeling the spirit of Petey Pablo. At center right, this is moved up, offside. The faceoff will go through Vegas' end. And because there's not a possibility they would enter here, maybe Carolina would get some breathing room here.
Yes, and I always love that anthem that he uses for Raise Up, Petey Pablo, for the Carolinas, and they're feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, Carolina has the only shot on goal in overtime. That was on the Svechnikov, Jankowski, Robinson chance. They're rotating guys on the Jankowski line because no William Carrier for the remainder of this game as Chatfield broke his stick on the dump it. He'll have to get a new one as Vegas controls with Lausanne. Sent down to left of the ice, and Walker edges out Barbashev by a foot.
That's big. I know it seems like a small thing there in OT, but you want to try to get something back in your own zone. Start with the puck. I mean, let's be honest here. Carter Hart's the one that's still in the net after giving up 4 straight. He got that big hit up against him when Dowd or Hall had that hit that forced it into it. And, yeah, just get whatever you can on net right now. That's what you're thinking.
Also, what's key here is that Carolina has their best face-off man on the ice. However, he loses this one, Jordan Staal, to Jack Eichel. This takes a bounce off Chatfield and rolled to Bussy. Played out towards the near side as Jarvis was shoved. Now Staal enters back in with the puck. Brutal left circle, forced behind by Andersen. Jordan Staal looks. Right point. Here's Chatfield up blast. Blunt. He'll roll or slave it. Don't keep it in. No offside here as Hart stops a long shot. And this will be carried through by Vegas. 7 minutes gone here in overtime. Doesn't do much to shove on one of the case. Hart plays this out towards his right. Theodore. Watching his follow. Shots are even apiece. 26 all. Towards the left side. Theodore feeds it up. Onto the far side. Turnover. Here's Miller. Who sends this out near side for Aho. Sebastian Aho waits up near corner. Aho faces one back over to Miller. Now Walker, his partner. Walker lets one go. Rebound. Jackson Blake. And it's swept away by Vegas. And this will be a chance to clear out for the Golden Knights. Sean Walker was in the way. Retreating is Andersen with Aho pressuring him. Back for Theodore. Pecking his one up the near boards. Cut off by Slavis to take the bounce off toward Fiat. Picked up on center ice. Here's Marner bracing in. Marner down at his stick. Get picked up by Stankoven onto the far side. Played up onto Stankoven. Vegas with a second chance to get this out next to Hertl. And with some help he does. Waiting is Slavin. Who sends it on the near boards again. And he ran into his Andersen as it's played onto the far corner. 8 minutes gone here in this first overtime as Dylan Chatfield plays it over to Jacob Slavin. Off the near boards, Ehlers gets sandwiched. Loose puck. No offside, arm up in the air of Stankoven. Around the far boards, Hart slowing it down. Tight shot as Ehlers want to catch Hart off guard. From the far corner, here's Robinson on the hole. Eric Robinson around. Down low is Ehlers. Beat out two, but Gostisbehere just held in. No offside by indication as this will be cleared out. As Cole Smith got slowed down, some fans want a penalty, but there's not really a hold there. Getting set to hand this back over to John in just a moment as it's Svechnikov. 1 minute deep into OT. Svechnikov waits. He'll drop for Robinson. Cross quarter dump it. Here's Jankowski on the backhand. Svechnikov waiting up. He'll go back. Nobody hold. Vegas gets it out. Miller will reset. Keandre Miller fed on the first pass, but he's helped out. On the far side, this will be sent in, and out of play it goes. Just going to hand this back over to you, John.
10:45. Should we need it all in this OT? Thank you for that, Alec. Before this OT started, I want to make sure the recorder and Opal Sports guys get a fresh thing of batteries because we've already been recording for about 3.5 hours, gentlemen. This game has been fantastic. Are we going to get one of those long OT nights? I would imagine maybe we will because, as I said, I got the plans with the missus tomorrow, so we get to keep ourselves all fresh for this one and then wait until Tuesday to see what we get again. Carolina has put themselves in the driver's seat. They got their goaltender of record. Brandon Bussy's going to be it, and so will Carter Hart at this point. Jordan Staal. Put this back him on the inboards now. The road lights. Been able to get the job done with 4 unanswered. 8 total shots for Marner. A little inside-out drag move. Rod Brind'Amour's squad will get this. Throw to the point. Keandre Miller. Walker. Set this up to the right side. Hart's down. It was loose in front of the goal crease and picked up by the Wild Bill. We'll get this across the left side red line and flip it in. Brandon Bussy quickly toward the left side red line and the opposite blue. Vegas steals. Here is Lozon. Tip to the net. Oh, what a save by Bussy as he gets back near the right post and then sent out. That was his best chance. Part of the overtime and then iced. Hannafin will get there first.
But Carolina has a benefit. Even though they won't change, we do have a mandatory ice scrapage in the midway point. Taylor Hall looks gassed. He's sweating right after that, matter of fact. After taking as I had the closest look at it to ending this game, and Carter Hart went down after that. What a nice save by Bussy.
Yep.
Mitch Marner setting up front. And then a second chance as Barbashev wanted to set this up. And he just floats this wide. Bussy was down in no position to make a save. And it's fortunate that this game is still alive for Carolina, because if that game came closer, that could have got a bounce, and the game would have been over.
Yeah, and you're right. Again, the bounce is out in front of it for Marner there. Bussy, probably not much he's able to do, but I think the most part from this third since he's come in, he's not really moved a whole hell of a lot in the goal crease. Not too much added movement that you didn't have to have. I think Bussy's been calm positionally and trying to keep themselves a force of positivity. As you said, they had those goals, but then you want to have that calmness on the back for the goaltending. I've been asking which one of these goaltenders are going to go ahead and make their mark. And right now, Brandon Bussy might be that guy.
He might be. He was the feel-good story of this season, with an unexpected coming out, leading the Hurricanes in wins, and even getting a top 5 spot in wins by goaltender this season. And mind you, this was with him splitting the time with Freddie Andersen throughout the season. There was a curious question whether it was going to be Bussy or Andersen to start the playoffs. Freddie started it. Now Bussy's picking up where Freddie left off.
3 overtime shots apiece. This game is tied at 4. Again, 5-4 will be your final. If you look back in through the notes, at this point, we've had a lot of fun in this series so far. But Vegas won game 1, 5-4. That was regulation. Carolina responded 4-3 with the run of third period goals. Again, Vegas has dominated that second. Carolina has routed in the third in equal supremacy. Game 3 winner wins Stanley Cup 77% of the time in this best of 7. And we'll see what we get. This is a pivotal swing game. Whoever wins this goes up 2-1 in the series. We're in Sin City at T-Mobile Arena. Shot deflected. That one wide. Eichel gets knocked down on his heavily padded wallet. And this will go back down the ice. It'll be another icing against Carolina.
But this time, Carolina will not get a rest here, because we just had the ice scrapage. In overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you only get 1 ice scrapage. And Carolina have to keep their guys on the ice.
Yes, they do. So, again, you had a little bit of a respite before that from the ice scrapage, but that's all you get right now. It's Eichel and Aho will win this one straight back. Of course, the right side red line. We're taking over here for Alec, at least for another set of 20 if we need it all, and then he'll get a chance to close the second OT, as this will be picked up now on the backhand. Aho stuck playing defense, got 2 assists. So, again, that top line, they got plenty of points in this game. That's what you need to see activated. Sebastian Aho, at some point, if we get another one of those, I'll have to pick his name as far as the GWG, is a long-tenured Carolina Hurricane
Definitely needs that in his legacy in the back end because he's such a great player. The Finn always gets the job done. He's sent back in behind the inboards now for Walker to Keandre Miller as they'll flip ends across ice. Carolina will be going right to left for the rest of this. That's a great back check. Take this away from Aho, who's still stuck out on the ice right now. Jarvis with Svechnikov, so that first line gets reunited. Vegas off an outstretched pass. They were looking for Marner, but that's an easy read for Staal. In the defensive end, this is where Svechnikov will be. Played this off his back pass to Rasmus Andersen. He's one of the ones I called for Vegas to score the game-winning goal. I think the Calgary boys need something. Rasmus, great pass, but a denial goes back to Bussy. He didn't know he had it underneath him, but he'll force a draw.
Oh, man, that was his best save of the game. A little snow angel off a spinorama backhand off Dylan Conklin. Nobody picked him for the overtime winner, and he wasn't part of Vegas' core. When he entered the Stanley Cup playoffs, he fed on the initial one, gets it back, and takes an awkward bounce, and it reaches Bussy's chest. He went backwards.
Probably thankful enough. Brandon Bussy made a great initial save, got good positioning. Dylan Coghlan, if he had an opportunity to do that over and actually fire a corner, he might have gotten a game winner there. As it's picked up now, Dorofeev now trying to battle for the right side boards. Long outstretch will get knocked away. Mustard Gold will throw on their own end. It's Jalen Shotfield. He'll spin and turn. He's going to need some help now. He's getting Dorfton behind the end boards. Jacob Slavin, a little awkward to get to it behind his net. Ehlers touch it ahead. It's picked off now by Noah Hannafin. Goes for the pool ball deflection. This will go to the Vegas bench. 7:58 in the OT. Should we need it all?
Uh-oh. As crazy as it is, we already have seen a storybook game so far. No matter how it ends, this game has been one of the ages. Perhaps we thought game one was the best game of the season. How about game 3 of this final?
Yeah, raise you that for game 3. You're absolutely right. Again, we had a Buffalo and Montreal series that was pretty good. But in terms of the totality of the Stanley Cup playoffs, I'm never going to say anything was bad, but I think it was probably a little bit below average across the intrigue in totality. But this Stanley Cup Finals is more than making up for it, Alec, as it's picked up behind the inboards. It's Dowd. He's got it on his back skate, trying to get around Jankowski, the former Calgary Flame, who got a critical goal before. This goes lively off the inboards, and Carolina will get this out. Keandre Miller runs into his man, but he gets it past Robinson to get it across center ice and let them take a change for Rod Brind'Amour's squad. Dowd sends it in. He's got it near. He sends it toward the paint of Bussy and then cleared up by Keandre Miller again. He's made a couple of really good stops here in OT just to get the puck out. Aho. Now we'll watch this pass sail away from him. And Barbashev takes a big hit. Again, he's been delivering hits all the way across the board. He's almost at double digits. 7 minutes left to go in the OT. John here with you alongside Alec Nava and Ian Genge. Again, we're going to try to stick all the way through this, as you know, will, then give you coverage. But my story, considering today, might be short. As this is picked up and behind the inboards now for Carolina. Vegas throws a pass out in front. It bounces off Eichel's blade. Carolina will send it in. It is an opportunity now up the ice here for Coghlan. Push this one to the left side red line and flip it in now for Vegas. Carolina will take over in their own end. Jacob Slavin and across for Jalen Shotfield. He has had such a good year for Carolina. Who is going to be the hero in this one? Are we going to need a second overtime? That's what's on my mind. Martinook. Try to throw this back around now for Staal. Svechnikov. Put this in the corner now, and Carolina will check back up now. Nikishin. Nikishin will spin near the left eye. Try to turn on the burners here of what's left, but he coughs it up. It's a 1-on-3. Gostisbehere provide backline support. Vegas keeps it in. Play it off the carom now for Mitchell Marner. Back in behind the inboards. 5:50 left to go in the OT. Should we need it all? Marner, left side red line. Gets around one hit on his back skate. It's contested. This is kept in across the wall. High slot. Theodore. 5-hole save by Bussy. Sent behind now. Picked up in the neutral zone by Shea Theodore. Will cross ice, dump it in toward the right side red line. Karlsson tried to step up, couldn't steal.
Here's a rush the other way. Stankoven in off the drop. Good stick chop there for Vegas, but it's not out. Carolina's got it near the right side dot. Here's a wrister from a severe angle. Go up and out of play.
All the chances from Vegas were a lot of puck possession. They've sustained good zone time with Marner and his line out there on the ice between him, Howden, and Karlsson. Carolina came knocking close here with Stankoven and Miller setting up. And Keandre Miller were paying attention to his right skate. He had it taped up after he got checked out. So there's tape on his skate. He may be feeling something on his foot.
Just trying to make sure you kind of keep everything stable as much as possible, in my opinion. That's why you got that tape there, trying to get anything moved, have anything get hit. He's way too important to take any time off the ice for Rod Brind'Amour's squad. Again, he's been a low-key MVP. This is stolen by Ehlers. Sharp angle chance, and Carter Hart will fight it off. There was a big rebound inside the blue paint, but this will be iced against Vegas. That's costly.
And speaking of double-digit hits, Cole Smith is responsible for 13 Vegas hits. They're north of 60 as a team, but Smith has easily been Vegas' most physical forward.
13 hits for Smith, and how about 10 shot attempts for Mitch Marner?
That just seems unreal, and he's been feeling confident.
On the backhand now is a face-off win from Jankowski. This will be gloved out of the air. Robinson trying to keep it alive. Opportunity for Jarvis on a sharp angle. It'd be a second game winner to call for him. I know he's easy to take, but you've got to figure he could be locked in again. He's been playing well of late. 4:35 left to go in the first overtime, should we need it, as it's picked up here on the backhand. Here is Hertl. Haven't called his name in a while. He turns it over. That's not a good spot to do so. Sebastian Aho sent it back around the end boards, and this will be picked up by Brayden McNabb. Vegas had not done a great job after it was 4-0 just to hold that puck and manage time management, in all honesty, as it's 4:17 in the OT. We get a whistle.
Might be an offside. We just don't know, but Chatfield is bending over. I think he should be good to go for the game, but once again, as you mentioned earlier, we're going to check on Chatfield earlier here.
Oh,
yeah, he got hit towards the Vegas bench. That's not a good sight for anyone, as Stone shoved into the Vegas bench. That's going to require attention.
That's the worst spot to be. That's so unlucky for Chatfield. Stone's going to finish his hit as he should. He gets hit in the doors, and when that opens, it leaves way, and then you got to fall and take that brutal punishment on the knee. That's not good. As this will be one now by Carolina. The shot board is even at 30. We finally get some extended shots, but now we got some extended play. As it's picked up here for Eichel. He tried to get around two players. Carolina will rim it around the inboards. 4 minutes left to go in the first extra session. As it's McNabb. And off the spin and turn, Stone will take the long flip and look for Barbashev, and then he turns it over. 1 assist, 1 hit, 31-20 of ice time for Brayden McNabb since coming back from taking the puck in the face from game 2. Another long flip, and this one should be iced against Vegas.
Vegas has been icing the puck several times in a row. They're giving Carolina light at wanting to get the winning goal. Sean Walker has played 30 minutes of ice time. Keandre Miller close to that. Jacob Slavin sitting at 26:08 and Jalen Chatfield at 24:08. Meanwhile, you got the top pairing of Theodore McNabb, 34 and 31 minutes respectively for the duo. Rasmus Andersen at 27.5. Mark Stone at 24 minutes. He's been utilized a lot.
Yeah, he has, and he's been recently coming back from injury as well as he usually does. I think both of these teams would be thinking they're lucky stars that, in all honesty, they haven't had very elongated playoffs in the Stanley Cup Finals and throughout as this one gets tipped. Because, again, you only had a couple losses coming into it for the Carolina Hurricanes, just one, and then 2 6-gamers before that for Vegas. This will go back in behind the inboards now. Cross-ice feed, and Gostisbehere will take the one flip in. Got to get in the right spots here if you're Vegas. You had such a poor time managing the puck in the third. Gostisbehere, he's had a hot hand. Any deflections, anything that comes off his blade usually goes in the back of the net when it's late. We're very late now. Left side red line here. Mustard Gold trying to get it out of their own zone. They finally will.
And I think they're going to ice this puck again, unless it actually hits Bussy. It does hit the goal stick, so it will stay here. It's very fortunate for Vegas. And this will be sent in offsides.
No stick for McNabb in that sequence, and he felt that he got held up, which prevented him from getting his stick back. Vegas fans won a holding penalty, but Carolina almost took advantage of McNabb not having a stick. Seth Jarvis, you picked him, John. He almost ended the game here for a second straight game.
And that was off of the shot that was deflected from Shane Gostisbehere by Jarvis. Those are the two guys that have been so prominent throughout these OTs that we're seeing. Again, Carolina, as Alec mentioned off their previous one in Game 2, you have, a 6-0 in overtime. They've won 8 straight their franchise history, which is a record. They're still trying to go undefeated. Vegas got their first blemish in extra time from Game 2. It's been a wild series. Shot board 31-30 for Vegas. And it looks like we're still going to be going here for a while. Here is Robinson on the backhand. It was loose in front of Carter Hart, but Vegas was there to clean it up. Picked up down to the left side red line. They are just trying to relieve the pressure any way they can by the means of the long flip. And that might cost them at some point. Sean Walker, just try not to make a mistake, as we say, and know your positioning. Try not to leave your shifts too long. 30 seconds or a little bit more than that, and that's it. Miller, touch pass. This will go back to Keandre, high slot. Keeps his head up here for Walker. Picked up here off for Hall. This is deflected off the inboards. Aho's out there right now, so they've mixed the lines. Jordan Martinook gets around the Calgary boys, Hannafin and Andersen. Martinook behind the cage. Go freight up for Miller. This is tipped wide. Carolina's still dangerous with it. Vegas goes for another long flip, and guess what? They've iced the puck again.
There are all sorts of tired nights on the ice. They desperately want to change here, but they can't. Smith, Andersen, Hannafin, Dowd, and Kolesar, they open it out there for close to a minute and a half now, John. So Carolina can get fresh bodies on the ice and take advantage of the tired nights.
Can they win this draw? Start with their puck possession, force Vegas to move a little bit, and score this before the start of a second OT. OT faceoffs have been dominated by Carolina, 13-4. And all Vegas has been able to do is ice this puck. Staal wins it, but it was dropped unfairly. We'll do it one more time.
It is Dowd and Staal. Yes, the referee was a little too premature on the drop.
We'll keep those centermen the same. And this is tied up. This had to be won by Vegas. And they'll get it. Now this will be a race for the puck. Kolesar is on the edge of his shift. He does beat out the icing, but he's got to have nothing left at this point. That will allow everybody else to get off the ice. And Kolesar, I imagine, just go right to the bench. He's got nowhere else to go here. Picked up now for Theodore. 1 minute left to go in the first OT. This is Howden. Now for Wild Bill. Chip this off the glass. Get this in through center ice. And this will be sent in. Svechnikov. With all this in for Vegas, looking for an outstretched pass. It's onside. Marner flip. St. Bussy. That was a good opportunity there. It's been a while, but he made a big save off the setup there for Marner and sent back down to Carter Hart. Finally getting an elevated voice. As this is set now for Vegas. Another contested pass. That's a bowling ball hit. Marner gets sent flying. And now Karlsson back in behind the offensive zone. Rasmus Andersen trying to get back in the back skate. Here's Ehlers. Got into the left side wing. It's at the net, and the pass goes wide. It's loose out in front, bouncing. Carolina got to shoot it. Gostisbehere, he likes to take a pass across. Down to 2. Goes wide. We're going to need a double.
We got so close to a William Karlsson goal. Ivan Barbashev is getting checked up by the medical staff at the Vegas bench. We're going to see what has happened, but William Karlsson was on the receiving end of this pass on an odd man rush. It was Mitch Marner who set him up, and Marner was that close to a 5-point night. It was a 2-on-1 in which Svechnikov was late. Brandon Bussy bails South Carolina and sends us to double OT. Karlsson came loose. Svechnikov's going to get a stick. But what a game we've had.
And this is absolutely crazy. For all the games that we've been able to call, gentlemen, and some of the ones we just haven't been able to get on the board together to call as much this year, this more than makes up for it. I know we had a crazy series not too long ago between Florida and the Edmonton Oilers, but I think this one already tops it, to be honest with you. I really like both of these squads.
Oh, man, yes. Oh, and somewhere at T-Mobile Arena, Sean McDonough's voice was cracking.
Yeah, just like the Michigan State game. We have had that's continued in through this. We're enjoying this. We're bringing it to you. Again, these numbers are going to sound a little bit different since we've hit the reset. I'll take care of that because Alex done a lot of heavy lifting. So shot board is 32-31 as we end the first overtime. How about this for hits? I don't think I've ever seen it that high. And I know it means you don't carry the puck a lot if you got that many because Vegas has iced it a lot. Vegas has 63 hits to Carolina's 38. They just updated it to 64. So we're past the 100 marker. That's 102 total. Carolina's dominated the overtime faceoffs. I think it was like 15-4. Now it's about 49-35 in totality. Both teams 1 for 2 on their power play.
And not to mention about some other stats that we've seen. Faceoffs 49-35 Carolina. Both teams have scored once on their power play. They're each 1 for 2. And miraculously, we've had only 4 penalties to speak of in this game. 2 each on each team. Block shots are 29-13 Vegas. Not really surprised because Vegas is coached by John Tortorella. Takeaways are 10-3 Vegas. The giveaways are 29-21 Carolina. But those block numbers tell you all you need to know about the makings of a John Tortorella team.
Does the end of that overtime, at least the 5 minutes or what we saw, I know Carolina, again, you only got a couple losses in this postseason, but they certainly look like the fresher team at this point.
Seems that way, even with the absence of William Carey. He has not played since regulation at the midway mark. He left the game with an injury. We're going to check in on his status and if he is good to go for game 4. If not, we can anticipate a lineup change coming in. Remember, there are 3 forwards that are healthy scratched for the Hurricanes: Nick Delorier, Jesperi Kotkaniemi, and the Penn State call-up Charlie Serrato.
Right. So we'll see what ends up happening here as far as depth and everything. I mean, thank goodness, as we said, as we hit the midnight marker on the Eastern Standard Time. Again, it's just a privilege to be with you. Again, Alec joined a little bit earlier here, but as far as my start for the stream time, we're at the 4-hour mark, gentlemen. So get your extra energy that you need. We'll see how long this one goes. I hope we don't have a situation where we get a 4 overtime game. I remember calling one of those. When Matthew Tkachuk ended up beating Carolina and you had to deal with some of that adversity. And I had to do that on my own. So in between for both of us, that would already make us pretty tired. But let's just try to get this done in the second OT.
Well, if 1 OT is enough, how about 2 OTs? And Carolina, let's just say the least, going past the first overtime hasn't been the team's strong suit, but they have scored several double overtime goals in their history. Brock McGinn, 2019. Sebastian Aho, 2023. Or rather 2025, excuse me. That was last year against New Jersey. The Brock McGinn one was the Washington one in Game 7. Jordan Marner and the Ottawa one. That was the one when Mark Jankowski had his goal denied the first OT, and Marner took a penalty shot right afterwards. So it's not like these 2 teams are not used to double overtime, because Vegas has had some double overtime games of their own as well. Some of the heroes spent double overtime being Eric Holla in their inaugural season and Brett Howden this year.
Thank you for that, Alec. I know we got about 10 minutes before we start again. I'm going to go ahead and grab some water and get myself settled, and then we'll get going here. So I'm just going to pause for a bit.
But you know what, Stan, here, I want to get some more water too.
Oh, you guys take care. We'll be right back in a little bit.
OMG, they must think we're so dumb that we'll just fly into that bug zapper and die. Lol. I die. And now this sport getting proud? Ew.
Just got the water back. Right. So, 80 minutes won't cut it. Just to give you the scoring summary, as we're here for this overtime intermission, all four Vegas goals had Mitch Marner involved in a way. He had a secondary assist on the Tomas Hertl power play goal before Marner scored the fastest natural hat trick in the history of the Stanley Cup final. The fastest hat trick, period. Before, Carolina scored the fastest 3 goals in Stanley Cup final history. Jordan Marner, Taylor Hall, and Jordan Staal in a 39-second span before Andrei Svechnikov had his first of the final on the power play late in the game. That's where we are now. 1 overtime's not solving it. We get double.
It's like I treated up. Ortho Home Defense keeps us out for up to 12 months.
This is what you get with cubic zirconia status.
I'm looking over some other NHL awards. We already went through the Norris, the Vezina, the Jack Adams, the Calder. So many other NHL awards that have been awarded out. And these are some of the lesser known awards, but they count when you can take them. Marcus Foligno has taken the King Clancy Memorial Trophy for leadership and humanitarian contribution. And the lady bean goes to Cole Caulfield for sportsmanship and excellence. We've yet to see who's going to win the Ted Lindsay, the Jim Gregory, and the Hart. And so we already have those awards down, not to mention about the cover athlete for NHL 27, which is set to come out later this year. But nonetheless, there were several points that were made earlier about sports games and being stale. We need to re-energize that up. Okay, Mackenzie Black with Scott Wedgwood, Wanda Jennings. Andre Vasilevsky, the Vezina, we already covered that. David McKinnon, the Rocket Richard, as he beat out Cole Caulfield for the award. And also, Connor McDavid, the Art Ross, as he beat out Nikita Kucherov. Those were the early awards awarded earlier this season. This might be the greatest Stanley Cup final ever in the most psychopathic way possible, says Pete Blackburn on Twitter. Absolute madness going on all over the ice.
Oh, man. Thank you for that, Alec. I apologize leaving you busy with duty, but I had to just take a set up here and get us ready for double OT. I'll take the top half, and then I'll let you close out the next 20 should you need it all. We can just rotate. If there's ever a situation where the game goes too long, I'll be here till it's done. But I'll be honest with everybody here, my story is not going to be very long today because I got stuff to do tomorrow. But we're going to at least get through the whole game and call it.
Indeed. So we will be looking the whole way, no matter how long this goes. If it's early in second OT or late in the night, this has been a fun game.
Yes, it has. It's a privilege to be here with you. This is officially, I think, our longest call together. If there's a situation where we get in the third OT, I could always probably send a text to Cooper Hopkins in the bullpen and make him go ahead and call this part of it. So, well, we're never out of options here, but Alec and I are going to give it our best. It's been a lot of fun. And as always, man, I know it's been throughout the years. I really love working with you. It's been a lot of fun to be able to do this. I'm hoping the best for you. If we're going to go this far, the Hurricanes might as well complete the comeback the whole way.
I would want that to happen for my personal reasons. The comeback to come full circle. Here, a 4-0 deficit erased and a 5-4 overtime, or should I say double overtime win. And I know I left one name out there in terms of double overtime heroes for the Vegas Golden Knights. And their cup runner was Michael Mario against Winnipeg. He's now in Ottawa, but he gets a shout out too.
I guess if you want to, we have the right to change our OT winners. I'm not going to, but as we press on, who knows who's going to be a hero here. But as I've said, it's worth repeating for Brandon Bussey. I don't know what his thought process would have to be other than, you're coming in, you're doing your best to try to go ahead and pitch a shutout. Really, you have to. You're down 4-0. For him to be able to do this, I don't care if Carolina ends up getting a game-winning goal or not. My MVP of this game is going to be Brandon Bussey.
I'll say, perhaps he may make a legitimate argument for that too. And also, in terms of changing overtime picks, I'm not doing that either.
Okay.
Just we want to keep it the same way as it can be, but how about an all-time Stanley Cup final right after the return of the NHL at the Olympics? How sweet is that?
Yeah, everything's working out, and it's coming up aces right now. Again, we talked about the All-Star game format as well, the last time we were on the airwaves, and how that's changed. Honestly, I think the NHL, I said this before between Gary Bettman and the Mark, you can go between Rob Manfred now as the title for worst and kind of shove that around like a hot potato. But I think the NHL product is getting better in comparison to a lot of other sports down the line. I think they're doing a good job.
They are, for the very most and utmost part for the NHL moving forward. And this All-Star game format with the international nation against nation, I feel this is a setup in advance so as to get us ready for the World Cup of Hockey that's set to take place in 2028.
Yeah, bring on all the events. Again, we had that first taste of it, as we called. I was so glad we were able to do the four nations together and what that meant. And then you see the United States win Olympic gold, and then you have this too. And I just love the way that it's continuing to change, get the international competition involved. And then you realize when you watch a lot of the international stuff, I know Alec and I probably are sycophants and watch more of that than a lot of other people do, but there's so many other good international teams and great players. And the best part about that, if you do watch a lot of those tournaments, you do get a chance to watch these kids play before they even hit the NHL entry draft.
Yeah, World Juniors and all. We're going to get a chance to see guys like Gavin McKenna, Ivar Stenberg, Chase Reed, Caleb Malhotra, among others. They've been thriving on the international stage of the World Juniors, and we didn't get to see how they fared in the NHL, but I know Leaf fans are already wanting to get their McKenna Leafs jerseys ready.
Yeah, you think you have to. I remember seeing that video between Willie Nylander and company said, "Oh my God, we got the first pick, really?" And then you end up knowing what you're going to get, and we'll see what ends up happening with that. Again, when Mitch Marner had his run of goals, you thought maybe that this would be done. The Hurricanes say not so fast. Double overtime games. Hurricanes first round versus Ottawa, 1-0. Golden Knights first round versus Utah Mammoth, who I had that possible on the upset alert. Golden Knights advanced and won that 6th, the 4th this postseason. But I'm glad we're saving all the best of it right now in this Stanley Cup Finals, because when it's all said and done, this is already getting to the point where we're getting to legendary status.
It is. We already are seeing stuff that's never happened before in the Stanley Cup Final, and it's only game 3. Already we have the 3 games in this theater. The only other double overtime game in this playoffs involved the Stars and Wild. That ended on a Wyatt Johnston power play goal, and mind you, the Howden goal against Utah in game 5 in double overtime was a short-handed goal.
You got Brandon Bussey now with 2 periods of action, just like Freddie Andersen. Freddie Andersen was 12 of 16. He's not on the hook for anything. Brandon Bussey now has stopped all 16 shots he has faced. Carter Hart, 27 of 31. Again, we gave you all those warm and fuzzy numbers. Ian has come back in to join us again. I'm assuming that he got his break like the rest of us did. Sean McDonough and Ray Ferrara won't get one. We're watching this on ABC. Again, those in Canada have Sportsnet. Try to stay up with us as much as you can. We're going to take you all the way through. Again, as I said with Alec, the story is going to be short for me. But we're going to call this all the way through. And enjoy. Go ahead.
I will say this. People have been hating on Sean McDonough and his commentary style. I don't mind it. Look, what whether he's quote unquote trying too hard, I don't have a problem with it.
Storytelling's a part of that. It's just faster in hockey, and I agree with you there. As it's picked up now near the left side. Regardless, Bob was choosing. I hope at some point gets one, but I'm not going to throw shade to Sean McDonough.
Yeah, me neither. After what I heard from him in the Stanley Cup final, you know what? It's time to give him my flowers for him. I know his commentary style was better fit for slower paced games, but he does his best every day. We've seen his greatness all throughout, like in the Boston-Toronto Game 7 and Game 2 of this series, in which he set Jarvis quiet and all the critics around him. That's what he said in his call.
This would be a defensive zone draw here, but we'll have to get set to do it again. Again, it is Vegas and Carolina just starting double overtime at T-Mobile. This is off the outstretched pass. It's a little bit wide from Gostisbehere, and the Vegas merry-go-round icing marathon continues.
How many icings are they going to have in this overtime? It feels like it's just too much to count. There are already tired bodies on both sides, and Vegas is only tiring themselves further with repeated icings.
My underhanded mark right now between the combined overtimes, I think, is about 7 or 8 unofficially for Vegas. It has been a lot. This is a face-off loss, but a good stick chop there here for the Vegas Golden Knights, as it will rim this in behind the end boards. We're just trying to get a number on that for that was Cole Smith. Fourth line going to get some time. Again, you got to roll all of your lines at this point, and you got to make sure you keep your shift short, as I said. If you go about 40 seconds, you're already putting yourself in no man's land. Can't be more than that. And Vegas was able to escape a 130. Turnover there off the slap shot. Answered by Hart. Picked up now near the right side boards of Theodore. Will take the long flip. Vegas, this will hit the stick of Brind'Amour first. They were going to win that chase. This will be gloved down by Theodore. We'll throw this back now. Lozon play a pinball pass. So they've mixed in. Marner gets it live for Brett Howden. Great move. He gets tied up though by Keandre Benham step for step. And now Carolina will take their flip and they'll make their change while Bill on his own end. See if he'll flip ice. Now they finally will to Noah Hannafin. Hannafin's pass, that was a tough one. But here's Wild Bill. Near the left side red line, throws it in the middle of the slot. It's easily read by Carolina. Step in front of a one-on-one and a good stick chop there for Lozon. That was one of his best defensive plays. Denies an opportunity for Carolina off the rush. Vegas. Marner now with Karlsson as they stay on side. Lofted pass. Karlsson off the drop, and he couldn't hit his defense spin. That was an easy pass, but it didn't hit. Opportunity now for Lozon. Rimming behind the inboards as he gains the left side red. And picked up here. Eichel can't find the forecheck. Carolina will take their hand at the hand grenade flip. As it gets away from Barbashev, he eludes one hit near the player's bench. Robinson, Jankowski's pass doesn't hit. Picked up now for Eichel. Will chip into the corner and busted. Be forced to hold at 17:43.
Oh, my heart's already beating fast. You know how nerve-wracking this game can get when it gets deeper into overtime.
Yeah, I can't imagine everything that you're feeling here. I mean, you had the pretty much 6 goals, as you said, in the 4 count. Then you get the complete reversal. When you're feeling defeated, then you're feeling elated, and now you just got to deal with the pressure. It's like the LeBron James biting the fingernails, I imagine, for you.
Uh-oh. We won't get a 25 straight points again or a 51 points in the NBA Finals again for a long time. In fact, LeBron has scored 40-point games in the 2018 run in the postseason than any team has a player getting 40 points in a postseason this year.
Model of consistency as the face-off is won by Carolina and then dumped in the zone. McNabb tried to get this out. Carolina's forecheck was pretty good there to begin this second overtime. We got 17-15 of it should we need it all. Drawn under with you alongside Alec Nava and Ian Genge. Jarvis on the drop pass here to the right side for Taylor Hall. And this will be sent back. Here for Walker. Crisscross to Keandre Miller. Shot gets blocked near the right side dot with him behind the inboards. Hall with a stick lift attempt. Vegas
use the right side boards, and Marner will chip it off the glass. Keandre Miller really has not made a mistake in this series, and we will see if anyone does at this point when this game starts to get a little long. Again, both of these teams have had luxury of short playoff runs to the Stanley Cup Finals, so they should have the extra gasoline in the tank should we need a third overtime. This will fall to Bussy again, and it'll be an ozone draw for Vegas.
Well, Bussy has been under pressure. He's answered the call each and every time here throughout this game, ever since he was inserted in place of Freddie Andersen. We're 2 overtimes deep. The shots are even at 33 apiece, and neither goaltender has bit.
We'll see what we get. Brind'Amour looking on. He looks pretty calm. He's chewing on that gum, and I'm kind of just sticking with the cough drops because I know I need it because the voice is going to start to hurt after a while. Jack Eichel will take another one. This is a big time for a Vegas face-off. See if Eichel can win it straight back up a forehand turn. He cannot, but he will keep it alive. He's so good and behind the net to just kind of make plays happen as he's sent behind the right side inboards. He got Stone out there. We'll curl it back around to Jack Eichel. What a pass! Stone, he gets denied off a diving play, and the Bussy will make the save behind the net. He was circling back there.
Oh, my goodness. And I know Vegas wanted to get the looks they wanted. That was the look they wanted. Brandon Bussy was caught off guard with Jack Eichel wanting to feed this in front. Once again, it's Bussy answering the call. It started with the Stone feed back behind for Marner. Jack Eichel hasn't scored a lot. Stone picks it up on the backhand and wants to throw it as much as he can with as much power on his backhand.
I know Eichel, in between that, Bussy comes back. Eichel just bounces off of him. He wasn't ready to receive the puck again. But I do like that, honestly, for Bussy. You come in with the confidence. You're just going to go ahead and play the puck and then make sure your team wins a draw. You trust them to be able to do that. So he's very aware of where he is. Eichel just 13 of 37 on draws. He's normally much, much better than that. There's Noah Hanifin off the stick chop. This will be knocked away. And into the neutral zone, Carolina going to get back on side. So Vegas got a free play here. Here's Marner. He feels like he's being double shifted right now. He's already in superstar mode. He's got 4 points, but he might need a 5th. 3 goals and an assist was not enough. As it's into the left side inboards. Carolina, Robinson will cough it up. Now for Hanifin. Push this one in across the neutral zone. And Vegas makes a blind back pass. Not a good one. Carolina going to get some possession, and they'll give it right back up. Here's Lozon. Left side red line. Again, he wants to make up for the amount of mistakes, about 2 or 3 from that second game in this game number 3. Long outstretched pass. Jarvis plays the bounce. Jalen Chatfield's going to activate here. And behind Rasmus Andersen got body position, cancel him off the back skate. And a big hit near the right side boards as the camera cut. Couldn't get a number on that, but one of the Vegas Golden Knights are down. And then in behind the inboards now, Keegan Kolesar takes a heavy lick. This is off the long flip here, rolling in over end and iced against Carolina.
2 hits on Vegas, and we know how much Vegas has dominated the hit totals in this game. Carolina gets 2 to the credit. I think one of them may have been Shea Theodore as he takes a ride along the wall.
32-10 of ice time, 2 hits and a block shot for Keandre Miller. Alec had mentioned it before. The former blue shirt comes over here. He has been awesome. He does not have a goal yet in this series as this shot gets blocked. Carolina try to pick it up on their own end. Aho will get back. Gostisbehere getting to run a stick lift. 14:40 left to go in this double overtime. I got this top half, and then Alec's going to get set for the next set of 20 minutes, should we need all of that. Well, Karlsson will take a hit. It's Brett Howden now. Howden on his backhand toward the left side red line, throws it back to the point. McNabb sends it across. One-timer, scores! It is over! Vegas wins off the carom!
Disaster has been averted for the Golden Knights. And they shut the door on Carolina on a possible 4-0 comeback. Carolina made this an interesting game. Vegas prevails in the end and snaps the Canes' 8-game winning streak in the postseason overtime games. A deflection at the net front ends this
Shea Theodore right now has got the credit from Braden McNabb and Brett Howden. That top line from game 1 and game 3 has been unstoppable when the rest have not. That's tough for Brandon Bussey, but Shea Theodore is your game winner at 5:38 of double overtime.
Wow. Wow. I have no words. Yeah. It just have no words for this. I should be upset, but honestly,
Did that bounce off Martinook?
It might have been. Oh my goodness. Oh no, it's another own goal.
It's a own goal.
Or I don't know if it did, or if it take a bounce off of Brandon Bussey. We need to see a better camera angle.
It definitely deflected off Brandon Bussey's pad. The question is, I don't know if it hit off Martin's. I don't know if it hit off Martin's.
I don't think it did. I'm seeing another overhead camera angle. It never bounced off Martinook. It went off of Bussey's skate and in the net. A seeing eye shot from the point by Shea Theodore has ended this. Wow.
Look, Alec, I won't keep you guys too long because we've already been here for this double OT. You can look at this two ways again. I might do another one of those and do the fail-safe and say glass half full because, look, Vegas could have had 6. They got 4. We talked about that throughout the second. Carolina comes back. They score 4 goals in the third. They make it a game. Brandon Bussey, I think, played the hero for a long, long time as much as he needed to, kept this team in the game. Now we get the reset. I think Carolina will be good enough again to get this back to 2-2.
Well, now, even though, despite the final score, you have to ask yourself, which team does the momentum favor now?
Right.
Even though Vegas won, do you think that Carolina has the momentum entering Game 4 based on what we saw in the third period and beyond?
I think they might. Again, I keep taking the glass half full, but I've been impressed by the amount of goals they scored. I think the back end of it for me, how many times are you going to turn the puck over in the third period and make mistakes? They were lucky to get through that game. You got to be able to clean some stuff up. And you still have to get a really good performance from Carter Hart, who hasn't had one yet. I do think Brandon Bussey is going to be your goaltender for Game 4. I think he's been locked from what he's shown you now in terms of that back end, but I still think Vegas can play better.
I still think so. For a team with superstars like Vegas has, they're still leaving a lot to be decided in the third period. Carolina has played like they're the much more desperate and hungry team in the third period onwards. And here, it almost happened. Now, I am taking a glass half full approach, but you need to play better in the second period.
Yes, you do.
You need to be better at denying Vegas breakaways. You need to be better at stopping odd man rushes and be better when it comes to the second period. Because Vegas is eating in Carolina alive in every single middle frame. For 3 games of the series.
Yeah.
That needs to change heading into Game 4. Rod Brind'Amour, of course, he needs to put Brandon Bussey in net when we come back here on the 9th. 2 nights from now, technically, because it is midnight at Eastern Seaboard. And over towards Michigan, where you're at, John. But entering Game 4, it's time for a change, Rod.
We'll see what we get. I agree with you on all fronts. Gentlemen, it was a privilege to do this. Let's have some fun again on Tuesday. You guys be well this weekend.
Good night, everyone. And I'll see you then. Good night, gentlemen.
That's your final. Vegas Golden Knights survive. They were up 4-0, concede 4, win in double overtime, 5-4 final. What's going to await us on Tuesday night? We'll find out. You guys be well. Talk to you then.